And then we should be good to go.
Did you ever hear from Mel?
From who?
Mel?
Who?
Mel. Nielsen.
No.
Nothing?
Other than
After
that image.
Right there.
Yeah, other than the image
Okay.
that
The
he
picture
left
of
on
the
my
cat.
desk. Yeah. Weirdest thing. I'm like, all right. Yeah.
Are we on?
We are on and live. Let me get the presentation on there.
Okay, let's call this rescheduled September 28th, 2023 San Juan County Planning Commission meeting to order. Those commissioners in attendance are Melissa Rigg. This is her first official meeting. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Ann Austin, Cody Nielsen, Lloyd Wilson, Trent Schaefer. Staff is Administrator Matt McDonald, and San Juan County Commission Sylvia Stubbs is on. When did we do the Pledge of Allegiance? Right now?
Yeah, normally.
Okay. Would anybody like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
You betcha. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Everybody had a minute. Actually, it's a whole lot more than a minute to read these minutes, but anybody have any corrections? I've got a few.
Awesome.
I have a question. Just because I read them and I wasn't here, there wasn't any reference to the Dieter vote. It just said there
That's-
was a motion.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's one of them.
I'll make sure I have that. That was critical.
I assume it passed.
It did.
And it was unanimous too.
Yes.
I kind of changed my mind on that. And the only other thing that I noticed is, that's why I asked if you were mad at me.
No, so on here, if you look on page 8 of your packet, so it would probably be page 6 is what you're looking at. So let me scroll to it on the minutes. Perfect. Whoever else is helping me. Ann's got it. Did you see that on here for the Dieter? So let me get it. I swear it's on mine. Let me scroll to it.
So it was.
They're not very long. So right at the top, right there, you see
First and a second on that one.
the conditional use approval. So Commissioner Nelson seconded the motion. Commissioner Schaefer, we have a motion to approve the conditional use permit for Dieter Accounting with the following conditions. And so it's part of that lengthy discussion. So if you remember, I interrupted before the approval and explained the conditional use process and what it was that we need when you approve. And so that added to the length of this section, and it's pretty much verbatim, just so that commissioners in the future, you can go back and reference this section of what it is when you make an approval for conditional use, kind of that process in total. But then after that, we resumed with that information. That's when, Commissioner Dobson at the time is like, well, I'd approve this with the conditions Mac listed, and then that's when
Cody
it came
seconded
full circle
Yep.
on the approval. So it's there. It's just you have to read past all of
So
the
it's on-
training that was provided before
It's on page 9.
of the
The vote is on page
Cor-
9.
yeah. So it's on there just at the top.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure that that we had it in the minutes, mostly for a reference for you in the future
Ann must have caught that.
with conditional uses.
Sorry. Not on my
And
game.
that also explains the length of the minutes as well.
Okay. The only other thing is my name's misspelled about 30 times.
Oh, I would be mad too. Okay. I'll make sure I get that corrected.
And it doesn't matter.
Okay, sorry.
Question for you. If we were not present for the meeting, we abstained from the vote of approving the minutes, correct?
No.
No?
You're just voting for form.
Well, and you can approve them as a body even if you weren't here, because you're here today. You're approving them as to form, making sure that they're correct, that they're precise. It's probably more important for those members that were here
Present, yep.
that I'm capturing the motions that you had stated, or if you want, a lot of times we summarize these. You've seen them super summarized in the past. So making sure that if you have a point that you made during the presentation and you want that clearly stated in the minutes, then it's making sure that those points that you had brought up are mentioned in the minutes. And when you look at just the overall process, the minutes are the record for the meeting. This is and this is all kind of legal behind the scenes, is making sure that we have an adequate record of the meeting. When I researched some of the past zoning approvals or denials, in there it just states that this item was denied. Like, we've got to have a better record than this was just denied. We've got to have why you're denying it or why you're approving it. And if it's a conditional use, have that condition placed and why you place the condition. So when the judges look at this or the attorneys look at it, they have a clear understanding of how you got there and why you're making this decision. So when I look at them in the past, we haven't really done a good job of capturing that. And so as you look through these minutes, make sure that as you bring up points that they're stated in the minutes, or if they left out and omitted and you want it in there, that you tell us that.
There's plenty in the minutes this time.
There is plenty in the minutes. And I appreciate you guys going through there. Literally, that was the capture of the training. But know that kind of here going forward, you'll see a little bit more on the minutes just because of that fact. If they ever go to court, we want to make sure we have an adequate record.
Okay, any other additions or corrections to the minutes from July 13th? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes.
Okay, got a motion to approve the minutes? Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to approve the minutes from July 13th, 2023. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. So we've got a couple of public hearings tonight, but they're later on in the meeting. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment, and this is anything that's not on the agenda. So if anybody would like to, we'll take in-house first, and then if anybody wants to comment online, we'll hear from them. So, not on the agenda. Okay?
Okay, if there's anybody online wishing to make a public comment on any items that aren't on the agenda, you can go ahead. There's a raise your hand feature on here where you can raise your hand to do so. Or, I'm not seeing any hands raised, or you can unmute yourself, and as we call on you, just state your name, where you reside in the county. Then we'll go following the order of unmuteness, if that's a word. So, if there's anybody wishing to make a public comment at this time, go ahead and unmute yourselves. Okay, Chair, I'm not seeing anybody in. Looks like we've got James Heinrichs.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the subdivision for Scott Giddings and Tiffany Giddings.
What's done at Plain?
It's in the preliminary plat stage at this point. And I just wanted to say the reason that he's doing the subdivision is simply so he can give the lots to his children. And then he's got one parcel that he wants to hold in trust for the grandchildren.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Hearing none.
That's it for your public hearing today. Not seeing anybody else unmute themselves.
Unmuteness.
Unmuteness. It's got to be a word.
Or it will be.
Yeah.
It will be.
Yes, or will be.
Administrative items. Item number 2.
All right.
Consideration of conditional use permit for LaSalle Junction Airport Helipad. Sarah Day Foundation Properties LLC.
Okay, I can go through this just in case, but Sarah, and then we can turn it over to her if she's here. You'll note on the staff report that there's under the recommendation section of the staff report, there are typically two recommendations that we would have on there. So just as a reminder, as you make your motion for the conditional use, that if you add conditions, that we need that stated in the conditions as part of the motion or referred to. But if you do deny, you also need to state why you're denying it in your motion, so that those statements of finding for substantial evidence of why you're making that denial are clearly stated as well. But on this one, we had this with our last, several planning commission meetings ago as the original presentation for this, where in the controlled district community commercial section of our code, it allows to go through a conditional use process on here. The developer, originally it looked like the proposal was for multiple helicopters and an airplane, that they were going to activate the runway. This is just right outside of Flatiron Mesa. So we took a lot of public comments during that time regarding members that live in Flatiron Mesa. They've since, it looked and appeared like it was a tour operation that was coming to the county. I've spoken since that point in time with the developer for this project, and they've indicated they don't know, they're not interested in performing tour operations out of here. What their intended use for the property is to assist the federal government in firefighting or government contracted firefighting. They don't intend to place all of the helicopters that were shown in the conceptual plans for this development. That was literally just to show where the helicopters could land safely next to the adjacent hangar that's currently existing on the property, as well as if they had to land adjacent to a newer hangar, then that would be allowed. Spoke to them regarding the runway. There's no intention to activate the runway. It was pointed out that that hasn't been an FAA runway for years. That it's not permitted there. Part of it is also on BLM land there, and so she said there's really no intention right now to activate the runway. They did want to demonstrate in the future that they may add a plane to their overall options, but their intent for this is to first get the conditional use, develop the operating system, so the helipads, the fuel storage, upgrade the hangars that are existing there, and then apply for the federal contract to become licensed as a operator for the federal government to fight these fires. And so that's their intended use. You'll kind of see that reflected in the conditions that I've offered on here. It's not stating that in here you have to go with my conditions of the use, but these are some of them that I propose to you to just review, kind of get your head spinning in on those same thought lines, that same thought pattern that we had as staff, of kind of areas that conditions that you can place on this property to mitigate some of the concerns that not only the public has, some of the concerns that staff would have with this type of a use, but also making sure that the intent of the conditional use, if approved, is strictly for that first response firefighting. It's not for a tour operation, and that, you know, if you were to approve a conditional use for what they're asking for, that if all of a sudden it migrates to a tour operation, then that conditional use is also yanked. One of the conditions that I had placed in here is they must show that approval for the operations of firefighting for these helicopters. Last time their original concept kind of showed the guest housing coming off onto the highway. That was a concern that we had. Since then, they've given us updated concept plans for this, to where all of the traffic from the guest, or from, it's not guest housing, it's employee housing. All of the traffic from the employee housing doesn't go out on the highway. It actually reorients itself into the development. There's some work that has to be done on that. The concept just kind of shows it dropping down into the actual landing area, so this is where I'm referring to right here. So if you look at that approach, no longer goes out to the highway, it comes down, drops into the development. We just need to carry that further and try to see how that interacts, making sure they have a clear, wide path around the helipad landing zones. And so that was one of the things that they had heard. They listened to the meeting last time, so that they can kind of orient themselves with what the public was asking for, the comments that were made from the public, and how to mitigate. One of the responsibilities, just as a reminder, from the developer side of it, is that the developers should work in an effort of the Planning Commission to try to mitigate any of the concerns that are out there from the public or from planning commissioners. They heard, that loud and clear, that that would be pretty difficult to get an approach off of the highway right there where the turn lanes begin or end. And so they've kind of reoriented. They assured that this employee housing on the perimeter is strictly just that in nature. As they get into the operations and have to train employees, this is where the employees, as they come in for training, they will stay, as well as just overall operations, so that they can be ready to respond to, whether it's Forest Service, BLM, or whoever it is. Then they would have staff there that can respond to that without having to travel into the area to operate their system. So that's kind of where we're at with this plan. I don't know if Sarah is here. Let me see if I've got. Sarah, are you online or anybody that represents the developer?
I represent Foundation Properties, also the developers here, as well as the property manager.
Okay.
My name is Russell Robinson.
Okay, come up to the microphone and announce yourself, who you are and who you're with, and then if there's any questions, we'll turn it to the Planning Commission to ask. Hopefully I gave you justice there presenting. I tried to touch on everything that I knew to touch on.
Yeah, my name is Russell Robinson, and I own Foundation Properties. I'm also a helicopter pilot, and I have my developer back here with me, as well as the property manager, the future property manager. And most of those were, yeah, pretty much right on target. Very much eager to work with the community to address any of the concerns. And some of the ones we've heard loud and clear, the noise and the flight paths and kind of what we're going to use it for. There's absolutely no tour operations coming and going out of that. We intend to work on utility. So that could be if they want to hang telephone poles or lighting or equipment coming and going out of the backcountry. Those are typical things that utility helicopters are used for, as well as the firefighting for all the government agencies that you talk about. And then search and rescue. So if there was someone that they needed to be rescued or even located, we could move a helicopter out of that facility and quickly respond to that. The employee housing too is just for housing. It's not overnight type stuff. No interest in doing that. And like I said before, no interest in doing the tours as well.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Do you have any idea of how many hours of flight time fighting fires in the last year in San Juan County or utility work?
Yeah, I do not have that answer. You know, really in San Juan County and even Grand County, it would service all that area. It's unique. A lot of the firefighting goes on in those remote areas where they are. So typically this would be used as the station where we would do maintenance and store, and then even personal flights coming and going out of there. But usually it would go directly out to a fire location, and then a fuel truck would service that, as well as RVs would be taken for pilots and ground crew and maintenance crew. So very rarely does it actually come and go out of that base and fight a fire. It's just not logistically feasible because you're carrying big buckets of water or other things, and to come that far back to get fuel or service just doesn't make sense for operations.
Matt, could you roll it back to the letter they put for conditions? I mean, they hit a lot of yours.
On here.
Not yours, their letter of conditions.
Let's see here.
There,
Right here.
there.
And the first phase too of that development was the helipads next to the original building, as well as just putting doors on the side of that. That's most of the activity we would see for a while. And then the actual permitting process with the FAA to get, approved for this type of business. And then you bid the fire on contract basis. So it's a long, long way out in the future, but of course, planning all the stuff in advance is the way to go.
How many employees do you think you would have?
I anticipate less than 5, and really they're seasonal because fire is seasonal as well. It's typically in those hot months of summer. Now, utility or fire or rescue could be all times of year, but it's usually pretty sparse.
Mr. Robinson, we received a letter from Mike Scherer.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he had reached out to the BLM, the Forest Service, and the state of Utah, as well as Grand County.
Uh-huh.
And none of them had been contacted by you regarding this operation.
Mm-hmm.
And So it's rather surprising. And the other thing that he said in his letter is that the federal government picks and certifies heliport locations always on government land. So this letter was a little concerning.
Yeah. Well, kind of as I said before, it's a multi-year process to get approved for the 135 charter for the FAA to operate a utility company and fight fires. And then there's an FAA designated person that actually rides with and signs off on each pilot. So it's a long, long process that happens. And it's kind of getting the cart before the horse, if you would say, to reach out and start those processes before you even have an address and a place to land. But as far as the FAA designating helipads themselves on government land, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't believe that to be correct. Gosh, there's heliports all over the U.S. and on private and public land. And then, as I said earlier, typically those fires are fought even in wilderness area and national parks, and those machines come in and go in and out when they have a job.
I have a question about this, and Mac, I don't know how to ask this one, but it's in a community commercial zone, and so I'm just curious what the community benefit is of this.
Great question. I mean, if there's a local fire, just like that Pack Creek fire not long ago, we've got assets super close to that. That's a benefit to the community. Even if there's a fire that's threatening the homes of the community, that's a huge asset to the community, as well as search and rescue. And if eventually we start doing really, the life flights, if someone has a heart attack or rolls over in their tractor or ATV, gosh, you want those assets quickly right there, as opposed to calling an ambulance and then getting one from who knows where. That's the community benefit, I think, as well as the tax revenue for employees. And then helicopters and firefighting is a lot of revenue business as far as it's expensive. So money spent there, as well as this will be a nice operation. We plan on improving the land and making it look nice, as opposed to just all the grass growing up and kind of being an eyesore. We want to be a good community member for sure.
What evidence do we have that there's a need for additional help for our existing fire protection services?
I mean, I don't have that evidence, other than there is a tremendous amount of revenue, and the firefighting, if you'll look at the trends, just keeps going up and up, especially, but it also varies per season. So sometimes you'll have a wet season where there aren't very many fires, and then other times it's just absurd, where all the assets, there're just not enough of them available. And if there's not a demand, it won't expand. So that first part, there's already an existing building. You put the 2 doors on there and the helipads, you can actually put 2 helicopters in there right now with very little risk profile. And then those light duty helicopters are typically used for spotting. So if there's a big fire, they're the ones that fly around and tell the bigger helicopters where to drop and to stay away from each other. And then the bigger hangar that we have proposed is for the Black Hawk style helicopter, which drops a tremendous amount of water fighting the big fires. But to answer your question directly, I can't show you proof of demand, other than, gosh, the long-term trend of the industry is just growing like mad. And that's tragic, just because our public resources are in jeopardy.
I recommend more grazing.
It would help.
To the commissioners, how about that?
I mean, more or less, I look at this under this conditional use with what Max put together, and also what's been stated. This would be like turning down a fire department, in my opinion. And I don't know if you know the general area of where this is going.
I do.
Right across the street up from it is a junkyard.
Yeah.
An illegal junkyard. The closest homes to that is Flatiron Mesa, which is what, 2 miles?
About 2 miles.
As the crow flies, 2 miles. So community impact, I'm not seeing a huge one, as long as the flight plans veer away from that area. I mean, I see no reason to turn something like this down. Now, I think it would be a little more give to thought if it was a tourist type thing where it's tours and this and that's here in and outs. But for the most part, where you're training people and you are there for emergency resources, I think it's a great idea.
That's right.
So.
One other thing too that I didn't add was I reached out to the Homeowners Association of Flatiron and was able to speak to the president, gave him my personal cell phone number and said, hey, disseminate this out through all the homeowners. If you got any questions, problems, concerns, reach out to me. Hadn't heard anything back since I did that, as well as the email address.
That was probably wise.
Is this the only parcel in that intersection that you own, or is there a lot more property over there?
I just own, well, if you kind of zoom out and look at the plat map, there is property across the street that's part of that 65 acres-ish.
It's a
kinda-
weird cut.
It is a
46
weird
goes
cut.
right through it.
Yep.
And they cut into your side a little bit too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. The neighbors across the street.
Mhm.
They sure do. Yeah, you can see it right there by the Highway 46 sign where they kind of cut in there. And then BLM to the right, Sitla this way. And then you can see that property kind of dances up. And the little triangle I have across Highway 191.
So who's the other private owner down lower there?
What's his name? Yeah, Mike Nappy. He owns the junkyard. Super nice guy though.
What about the other little triangle?
It's his.
Isn't
This one?
I don't know. It could be mine for that matter. But obviously it's not very usable.
Were we talking about the 4.18 acres that you own, or the 0.65?
The main up for discussion right now is where it says existing hangar, just all that kind of that big triangle that encompasses the runway and stuff.
Right.
All that's what we're talking about now. Nothing planned and nothing we're discussing is on the other side of the highway.
I'm just trying to determine who the other landowners are in the area,
Yeah.
and what they might be wanting to do with this.
Yeah.
With their land here, because my concern is that if this is community commercial zone, and I look at the list of the uses, grocery store, barbershop, childcare, I don't see how any of that is compatible with the helipad coming and going here. I think it would pretty much kill future development for this zone. And, I would hate to shut the door on that junction with something like this, because we don't know what, in 20 years, what this intersection could look like. People, it's a good location for the county to do more, but if you just put all your eggs in the helipad basket, then you're not going to get any of this other stuff, I don't think.
Gosh, if it's appropriate for me to speak, if 10 or 20 years down the road, Walmart or whoever, or, Kroger wanted to buy it out, sounds like they would give us a lot more money than we would. We could use that money elsewhere down the street to put in different facilities. It would probably be a good business decision to move it. Because a helicopter outfit, as kind of you're getting to, it doesn't have to be on a road. The beautiful thing about this location for us, and I believe for the community, is it is surrounded by public land on a lot of the sides, so we can approach it without disturbing communities. And then it also does have a runway on it that's already existing. So, and that part of that runway too is part of the Utah Backcountry's Pilots Association runway. It is on the FAA designated list, even though we don't have term plans of using it. But it has been on those charts for decades.
Would other people be able to use the runway and the helipad?
Currently, legally, other people can use it today. Not the helipad. What's that?
Because it is listed.
Correct. It is listed. And it's BLM. And then I'm not planning on charging anybody or making it any more available than it is. One of the reasons why is if I charge people to land there, then I take the liability if somebody crashes there. But if it's open and public like it is now, then it's everybody's responsible for their own use.
And yes, that triangle is yours on the other side.
Both of them?
Yeah, the one on the other side of the highway does belong to your parcel.
Okay, that little
Yeah.
triangle that's
0.65.
unusable.
Yeah,
This one or that one?
that little one down there.
Oh.
You could park
And a
junk
big one.
cars there, maybe. Well, I guess I'll make my comment. I'm a little bit with Ann. Yeah, I read the conditional uses that are listed. It's not listed, obviously. And I just have a lot of heartburn bringing aviation. I mean, you could say it's there now, but it's really not. Into an area that it's not in. It's kind of like the airport in Blanding. It's there. Everybody lives with it. It's been there forever. You build, you know what you're getting. You know, this is kind of different. You know, if I own any of that Flatiron Mesa stuff, if I live there, I'm probably not very happy with it. That and I don't understand why there and why you can't just out of a leased hangar or build a hangar or something off an airport where fuel is already available and resources and housing and that's already there. But that's just my thoughts and my leaning right now.
And again, I think I mentioned in the last meeting, I think this requires a public hearing. I mean, it would be really nice to have something from BLM or Forest Service, or it'd be nice if you had some folks advocating for this on that level.
I can. Yeah, Jen Jones is the only one that I've talked to personally about it, and gosh, she's super excited about it, and I would imagine they would feel the same way because their resources are so precious, and gosh, they pay thousands of dollars an hour to bring a helicopter from out of state in to fight a fire, and then thousands of dollars a day just for it to sit there, whether it's used or not. It's kind of crazy what it takes to make that thing work.
And
But
how would that benefit the BLM? I mean,
well, because we're close, we're here, we're at their back door protecting all this public land that we love and enjoy, as opposed to having to call all these outside resources in at the expense and the difficulty of doing so.
Well, I can say I really like the idea. It's surrounded by public lands.
Mm-hmm.
There's not going to be any other development out there. I think that the noise mitigation by takeoffs and landings can be minimized, and they've shown how they can do it. I think the location is just ideal for all of our public lands. So that's the way I'm leaning. And I'm glad to see something going on out there, because when I was growing up, it was a busy place.
Mm-hmm.
2 gas stations, a runway,
Mhm.
people lived there.
Mm-hmm.
And cafe.
Yeah,
Cafe.
it's got some stories.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's an awesome opportunity,
Mm.
and it would become a great asset to the county. So,
Can we go back to Mac's conditions? Thank you.
We could add a condition that before anything happens, contracts be in place with the BLM or the Forest Service or the Grand County or San Juan County.
Well, but he's got to apply for his FFA charters, and so that's why he's got to get this now and have it in place so he can go to the FAA and continue those steps. So it's kind of, I mean, I understand why he's here. He has to start right here.
Yeah.
Well, then I go back to what Ann said. It would be great to have some letters of support from agencies saying that this is a needed facility.
Yeah, and gosh, the safety issue too. I mean, right there by the highway.
It's no different than our search and rescue in Grand County. It's right next to the highway. It's in the middle of a substantial amount of residents.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
In
it's
Grand County.
a much needed thing. When you're the one out in the middle of nowhere hoping that helicopter is going to come get you, you're not going to be complaining it landed by your house. That's the way I look at it.
It's just we have these existing services. I don't see why we have to add another, unless there was good argument from BLM or Forest Service saying.
I
This
will
is
say
much
it
needed.
took them anywhere between 3 to 10 days on the Pat Creek fire to get all 8 of those helicopters to Old Airport. You remember that during the Pat Creek fire?
Uh-huh.
It took a long time to get that many helicopters there and situated. On top of getting all their catering set up first. They gotta eat before they can fight fires.
Yeah.
But I mean, I look at it as as it's stated within this conditional use, where it is emergency. I mean, that's what we're looking at. I'm not looking at it as a tourist attraction. I'm not looking at it as just a conflict to neighbors. It's an emergency. It's no different than having a police station, a fire department. It's just a little louder. I look at it as anytime you're looking at any type of emergency in your area, I think it's for the well-being of everybody in the community, and I look at it that way. And if this, under what Mac has outlined in these conditions, it pretty well, it nails them to the wall on
Yeah,
everything on it.
I agree with that, but it's still like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole that doesn't meet our, the suggested uses for community development. Maybe they got a rezone.
And the zoning allows you to add other uses to this through this conditional use
Through
process. That's
conditional
why
use.
you see it here.
Well, it would do you not agree that it would prevent any of these other uses to come online?
But the thing is the people that own the land are not wanting to put a store there. I mean, that's like me coming to your place and tell you, I want you to move your house out of here because I want a store here. I mean, that's your property rights as an owner.
Well,
And
what if
your house
Scylla-
may end up on the main street of Spanish Valley, and it's right in the middle of where I want to put a gas station or a store, and you know what I mean. That's taking away the rights of private landowners. I don't like the idea of this being here. Let's wait until somebody that can move in here that can afford to put a store in instead.
Well, Sitla owns land over
Hmm.
there.
Adjacent to it, to the north.
To the north, yeah.
Yep.
Let me get there.
And then
How
the majority-
developable is that land, I wonder?
I don't know. They're getting ready to do 1,300 connections in Spanish Valley. So
Thank goodness.
Gosh, assuming there is a need for it, just in a different location than right next to the highway there.
I think that's where it needs to be. It needs to be on a major corridor, your highway. This still falls within that 1,000 foot of commercial. That's still within our ordinance.
I think it would be rather scary to have helicopters landing next to 191.
I think the majority of,
Yeah, Blanding Airport, Monticello Airport.
they're all
They're
right on
all
the
right
highways.
next to the highway.
I mean, your Grand County Airport is right out here on the highway on 191.
The beginning of
Or-
Blanding Runway is probably within, I don't know.
Because they're
40
they're
yards.
they're really quick to get to. They're I mean, it just makes sense to have them on a major corridor.
Yeah, again, I think it's a great idea. Sir, you've had your hand up for a little bit.
There's some online as well that have their hand up, and so
Yeah, we
I don't know if
Real quick, I'm sorry. Some of the others that were involved in this, can they make comments before the public comment come in? Was there some?
Yeah, so developer
Is that
back
okay?
here as well as a property
Yeah,
manager.
Yes.
You guys have anything to add to that?
I'd just like to address the Sitla side of it and the purchase of the property and why you would want to have this type of operation where it is. It suits that property ideally because there is a highway there. You can get in, work equipment in and out. Crews can come work on helicopters. If something were to happen, you can get emergency services into them as well. What you pointed out with the Grand County Sheriff's Department, they don't run their operations out of the airport for the same reason as confusing the airport with operations in and out, emergency operations constantly. They literally line up on 191 to land their helicopter at the Sheriff's Department in Moab. So where this is, like Rusty said, it's surrounded by public property. There's nothing but BLM to the north of it where you're not going to be lining up on the road all the time to pull into this property. It's set far enough away from it, it's not even an issue. What you were saying about bringing a barbershop there or a school or something like that, that's great, except for what we found out, which is they had drilled a well there, a water well there, that we had believed was on Rusty's property, and it tested out poisonous water down to over 100 feet. And they finally found good water down at 760 something feet deep, which is about a $100,000 well
At 3 gallons a minute.
at 3 gallons a minute. So Sitla had this wonderful idea of we'd like to sell this off to build a neighborhood here. And I spoke with our area Sitla guy who said, we abandoned that idea because there's not enough water to even touch a housing development there. But the amount of water that was at 760 feet would be suitable to 5 tiny homes on a property or taking care of a heliport or something like that. So the water is very minimal at best if you get down far enough to get to it. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at right now is, my question was, how do you separate poisonous water at 100 feet from the good water at 760 feet? Am I going to be drinking that every day and going, oh, this is great? And apparently what happened is straight up the hill from there, back on BLM land, there's 2 mine shafts that go, I don't know how far into the ground. And that is potentially what contaminated the 100-foot water, which there's plenty of water there. They're like, well, for agriculture, it'd be great. But I don't know that you'd want to feed your sheep uranium water unless you want some glowing sheep. But so we've taken all that into consideration in dealing with this. And I hear what you're saying about, well, let's get something in writing from the BLM or the Forestry Service saying, oh, well, we'd love to have this. That's all you're going to get is another firefighting operation to go fight fires. We all see the fires that we're dealing with. And the fire in Moab, we lost over 10,000 acres of a 60,000 acre plot of national forest. And I sat there literally daily watching my mountains burn to the ground as we're trying to get people in. And then they were running in with aircraft. One of them, I think, was an old DC-3 or something like that, that was they're trying to line up and hit the right line with the fire line where the helicopters can move in and drop it right on the exact spot. There's no setting up and you're coming in at a couple of 100 miles an hour and trying to dump fire retardant on it versus a helicopter that picks it up and can save a house, pick it up, save another house. And I have the pictures on my phone of me watching Pack Creek, house after house after house burn to the ground. And I'm going, why don't we have this? Lo and behold, 2 years later, Rusty's in town going, this is what I want to do. And I'm like, that's a wonderful thing to serve our community that we don't have. We don't have that. I think the nearest firefighting helicopter is Grand Junction, if it's not out, or Salt Lake City.
Ken's Lake. You got one right there.
Where's that?
You have a firefighting helicopter
Oh, yeah.
port at Ken's Lake.
That's right. That's right.
Sometimes.
They use it all the time.
There's no machines there though.
They're in and out all the time. They're
Yep.
flying out there all the time.
And that's a different situation. That's a government entity run helicopter versus a private entity.
Right. And that's the only way they operate.
Without contracts. With contracts, they operate private and
Do you
federal.
have proof of that?
That's why he's trying to get.
But if you're gonna start a business, don't you think you would have that?
Okay, it's
Yeah.
no time for that.
It's the cart in front of the horse is what it is. You have to have the business in order to present the business as somebody to get a contract.
So you must be from here?
I've lived in Moab 20 years.
Well, what is your name?
Brent Kane. Sorry.
Okay. I didn't catch that earlier.
Okay,
I would like to add just one quick thing. I appreciate you guys being so patient with us as well and hearing us out. To the safety aspect, gosh, those things are extremely safe. Helicopters are flight hours, much more safe than the trucks running up and down the road in that intersection as well. And then the flight paths taken in would be over Sitla Land coming on towards this runway, and then also from BLM coming in that. It'd be very rare, but possible if the wind dictates to come over the highway. But gosh, the probability of that being an issue is just so low. And even in Moab, like the hospital is right there in that residential area, and those helicopters come and go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right over houses, super low. So the safety factor is really there. That's all I had to add right there.
okay, thank you.
I have one more question. How do we know that the helicopter that we're seeing flying is actually in the service of firefighting or for search and rescue?
Well, I even stated I have a personal helicopter and I'm planning on flying it in and out of there. There's actually no way to know whether I'm on official business or, just looking at X, Y, or Z. But it'd be crystal clear if it was a tour operator. And I think that's the major concern of people. And that's where the most traffic would be, a tour operation. And I would love to even see that for the community's benefit of that being part of this is absolutely no tours coming and going out of this facility.
So
But to your point though, I think we've got enough watchdogs in the community that if we were running a tour ship out of that, gosh, the word would get out super fast.
Our parking lot won't be able to hold the capabilities of a tour operation. It's not designed for that. You know it if there was a tour operation going.
well, you mentioned personal use. What do you predict personal use would look like? As far as frequency.
Gosh, just a few flights a week is max as personal use is what I'm predict on that.
And these helicopters can fit how many people in them
7.
for personal use?
Mhm.
Potentially.
But when you have a helicopter, you have a lot of friends, so it's easy to get 7 in a helicopter. And but that's totally different thing than tour operating, and that's totally different than what we're talking about here for sure.
Well, and one of the conditions is that it's not a tour operation.
Yep.
But it
He's
doesn't have
written
to
it.
be a tour operation for it to still be used frequently. You know, it's maybe not in name a tour operation,
Mm-hmm.
but it could still look like a tour operation as far as frequency goes once it's allowed for personal use.
Yeah.
In and out. So that would be my concern, is that it's in effect could be also used for personal transporting friends here and there, or so
I mean, I
the
guess
implications are still the same
as
as a
a
tour company.
private owner of the land and it's an FAA designated runway already, I can legally, use it for personal use now. I mean, I guess that kind of hits my fairness button a little bit, but I also want to be a great member of the community, and really that's why I'm here, is to make myself available and do that. And I did spend considerable money acquiring it.
Okay. Commission, any other questions, comments?
I have another question for Matt. Matt, how was it that when the zoning was all put together and there was this existing runway, that it wasn't sort of included in the definitions?
That was 2011. I
But it makes it,
it's an existing use that is already there, that's been there, and you've heard before that's been there for years.
Yeah.
And he had mentioned the Outback pilots. We have multiple throughout this county. This isn't just the only one. LaSalle has one. There's some that are adjacent to county roads where they use part county road and part BLM land, and so
Fry Canyon.
there's active uses on these. It's infrequent, but not.
But it just would have been so much simpler if it said
Included that in
if it
there.
included
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why. I wish I could tell you.
Because I think this runway was there before the 1978 ordinances were put in place.
Back with the uranium mines and the oil and gas exploration.
That's right.
It would have been in the 50s.
Yeah. So
It was.
1952.
1952.
Mhm.
Okay. And it was an active approved FAA runway at one time. Yeah.
It was the
Pretty
rich
legit.
people in Moab going out with a cafe.
What do you want to eat today? South Junction.
It was Mr. Steen going out there.
Yeah.
Let's move on to public.
I'll open it up for public comment.
Yeah, just announce your name and
State your
where
name.
you reside within the
Well, I'm here
county.
for another reason, but I want to make a comment on this because I happen to live in Old LaSalle, and we have so many remote cabins up there. Okay, and I mean, the whole back of the mountain, back of Mount Peel, we go all the way to the Colorado border. We have hundreds of cabins that are remote. We also have a lot of ponds, a lot of access to big watering areas, and I happen to have one of them because that's one of the reasons I'm here. Without him, or without people that can fight by air, we are toast. And I'm very good friends with Clark, who's over the BLM fire crew. And he says that without air fighting the fires, we would be in trouble. And especially if they're close, because they can put out a fire that's just 1 acre that will turn into 1,000 acres in just overnight. Having somebody close, and if his primary purpose there is to be available for fighting fires or emergency use, you won't find anybody in LaSalle that'll be against it, or Old LaSalle. So, just saying.
Just hanging out in case they've got any more questions. You got the floor.
Thank you. Mike Scheer, I'm the one who wrote that letter. Whole thing is when you start a business, you actually go talk to people about whether that business is going to work or not. And in this case, I talked to a bunch of people in the BLM and people tied to the Moab Interagency Fire Center. And I started out with Cody Nelson. He's with the BLM. I started out with Mr. Taylor, who works for the Forest Service, and I started out with the state representative, Rudy Sandoff. They all scratched their head. They said this project for a heliport, they never got in touch about what's going on here. And if they did, they would tell him that you have to go through a certification thing, and it's all on the federal level to allow Washington. And they're the ones that told me most of the heliports are on government land. So that was pretty eye-opening. Yesterday, I talked to the manager for BLM, David Powles. He told me the same story, and he was pretty much scratching his head about someone saying that they're going to put a heliport in, and then they're going to be fighting fires. It's sort of like saying you're going to build a ballpark and they're going to come to play. I guess that's the whole idea. This is pretty much an important decision for us on Flatiron Mesa. I'm on the board there, and we're like a mile and a half to 2 miles away. We're not against development. Put Walmart there, put a truck stop. I wouldn't say a word. I don't care. But if we're going to have someone who's going to be flying over our property or taking off 4 or 5 times a week, you're talking, or more, or whatever, that's going to affect my quality of life there. So just so you know, at 1,000 feet, helicopter generates 78 decibels. At 500 feet, it's 87 decibels. A police car, fire truck or police car siren is at 80 decibels.
Time's up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got one other question. How come I don't get more time? Is there a reason for that?
We
Or?
have public comment at two minutes
Okay, thank you.
all the time. Okay. Any other public comment?
There are some online that have
Oh.
their hands raised, just
Okay.
so you're aware. Looks like we've got a couple that have raised their hands on there. I've got first on the top, I've got Tom Fritz.
Okay, thank you. This is a couple of things. Question for, and let me understand, is Rusty also Russell? Not in the room, it was hard to tell.
Rusty, are you Russell as well?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The question was, do you go by Rusty and Russell?
I do, yes, I do. Russell is
you
my
do.
legal official name, and
Okay.
my parents called me Rusty for a long time.
Okay. I'll go with Rusty. You correct me if I'm wrong. But
Okay, that'll work.
the question for you is, do you have an idea of the number of training hours that might be flown there?
We don't intend on doing any training at that facility at all.
Okay, so that would be something you'd be willing to allow the county to put in as a stipulation, that the facility won't be used as a training center for firefighting helicopters or government entities or something like that.
I like that idea.
Okay. And then the other, I've heard a private entity kind of mention that it sort of hinted around at. Is there actually a private entity somewhere who's made a commitment to purchasing and placing a helicopter on the facility?
I'm the private entity, and I own a helicopter personally.
That's your personal helicopter, not a firefighting helicopter. So there is no firefighting helicopter out there.
Yeah, there's no helicopter out there right now.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And then one more comment, the current Kins Lake facility, 12 miles. And so this is for the board, 12 miles away. So a few minutes by helicopter flight. One of the commissioners mentioned that it took the feds 8 days to get choppers to the Pat Creek fire. Has somebody here in the local area done a study to figure out with useful, meaningful supporting details why the delay took place? And then are we doing something that directly is going to address and solve those problems? So that's a question for the board, and I'll turn it over to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Sam Wood from Flatiron Mesa.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to just make sure I'm a little unfamiliar with this. Yes, I am the former president of our HOA over there on Flatiron Mesa. And I was listening to Rusty earlier, and I wanted to just adjust one of the impressions that might have been given. But that was that we were very conscientious and comprehensive in putting our thoughts together in reviewing this proposal. And then David Smith, our current president, did discuss those with Rusty. So the comment that he hadn't heard back from us, I think gave the impression that I wanted to correct. We did make our input. I myself made input, and many of our members. The more important thing, though, I did want to definitely thank the commission for the restrictions they put on this. They seem very responsive to many of the concerns that we have. And I can't say enough how much we appreciate that. I appreciate that. And one of the things not much discussed tonight, this is my third point, is it seems perplexing to me, seems very odd that the overall impression of this entire thing was tourism and was recreation, and then the emphasis of fire, safety, hospitals, which nobody opposes, seem to come up much later. So that's odd, and that's a question that perplexes me that I'd ask some explanation for if Rusty would like to offer it.
I would. I think the tours were just a rumor. I don't know anything. We've never published anything because it's never been an idea that we've had. And then if you look at the facility, the way it's planned out, it's not conducive for tours either. The big hangar with the big helicopters, you certainly don't run tours out of those types of ships. And the smaller ships, even like mine, the most affordable tour ship that makes the most sense is the R44, the Robinson 44 is totally different machine than what we're talking about. So it wasn't an after fact add-on. I think it was just some more clarity to the rumors that were coming up.
It was.
Well, the recreational theme seemed very strong when we looked into it, but thank you for your response. And that's all I really had.
Yeah, thank you for your comment.
Any other?
Beth Janowski?
Jankowski.
Sorry.
That's okay. Beth Jankowski. I am a future resident of Flatiron Mesa. We have a lot out there, and some of my concerns are just being reiterated from some of the people on the commission board. Is there truly a need in Grand County, San Juan County, possibly even Colorado for this type of service? And what also kind of a question was, Rusty said that if he gets the use of his property and the runway, then it's classified as an open runway and anybody can use it. So I am a little confused about that. How do we restrict that from happening? If anybody who's flying over wants to set down, can they do that? And then the utility work really hasn't been touched on, and what type of helicopters are used for that. Right now, it's just his personal helicopter, but will we be seeing, different ones that can handle bigger pieces of equipment and towers that need to go in for, say, electrical? And the biggest question I have is this personal operation or personal use. I'm mostly concerned about that because I'm not quite sure what the definition of that is. And it seems open-ended. And then the fact that there's quite a few staff housing, why would you need that for a personal operation? So those are just my thoughts. I don't know if you have some answers for me on that.
So the staff housing is more of the plan for as we ramp up for the utility and the firefighting company, as well as even the construction personnel could come in and put an RV on a pad and have some living quarters there where we're doing the construction. And then anyone using the runway, again, that's currently available. Anyone can legally use it now as it sits. And it's actually a safety thing. If you're flying around in a plane and you were critical fuel or weather was ahead of you and you weren't licensed to fly into the weather or you couldn't safely do it, you could sit down at this airport. But it's been there for years. Very few people use it. It's not a huge paved runway, so it's never going to get a lot of traffic. And then the other thing is what type of helicopter. The A-Star is a typical helicopter for light utility work. And then I own an H-130, which is just the same frame as an A-Star, just a little bit bigger, so a couple more seats. The visibility is great on the one that I have, so all the seats can see a lot, and I like my friends and family to be able to see. Where the A-Star is the same frame, it's got more dashboard, and it's made more for utility work itself. It's a light helicopter. And then the planned Blackhawks would be more heavy firefighting type, and they're so expensive to fly, you can't fly those personally very, very well. One other thing too about my helicopter that I fly is it is the quietest helicopter in its class, single engine, turbine engine. It's got that enclosed tail specifically for noise abatement. And it was built for a tour ship for the big Vegas operations, which is not what I use it for, but they built it to be safe, quiet, and visible. And then another thing too, just it hadn't been brought up, but some of the community members in Moab have told me where they live, the area, and I'll just draw a circle on my aviation maps. And as my contract pilots or friends come in, I'm just like, we don't fly over this area. And that's something we'd be happy to do with Fly on Races. I don't know how you do anything other than we build a personal relationship and talk about it. And then the other thing that's nice too is I'm very connected to that aviation community. So if there are any other requests, even not related to this property, I'm happy to pass them along.
Mr. Chair, if this turns into a question and answer on every public, we're going to be here every night.
Kylie Miller.
This is our last.
We've got Kylie
public
Miller
comment.
on there as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kylie.
Kylie, can you hear us?
You're muted.
Kylie, if you can hear us, you're muted. What was that word? Unmuteness?
Unmuteness. Unmuteness, yeah. Kylie, are you able to unmute? If not, shake your head. Okay, looks like she's had to come back in. So we have two Kylies on. If you're able to unmute yourself, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Got it.
Sorry, I obviously messed up again. I just want to say that as for one of the commissioners commented saying that Flatiron Mesa is only 2 miles away and that they didn't think that any kind of helicopter noise from this development wouldn't be very impactful. That seems to me ridiculous. Noise bounces off this area. Everybody knows how noisy this place can be with the highway or whatever, but helicopter noise is a whole different animal, and I can hear the helicopters from miles away coming towards my house. And so the noise impact from this development would be hugely impactful on communities of Flatiron Mesa, Bridger Jack, Browns Hole. Would be, the backcountry would be hugely impacted. And in terms of the BLM and Forest Service, I was told as well that they have no interest. They haven't heard they have no interest and do not need assistance from Rusty. And in terms of safety of these helicopters, one flew dangerously low over Pack Creek Ranch last year and then immediately crashed on the mountain. So yeah, they're not safe and they crash. And and the Pack Creek Ranch fire, I was there when it was going on, and there was lots of planes and helicopters and manpower, and you know, they did their damnedest to stop that thing. And the wind was a major problem with the fire, which I think impacts helicopters being able to fly. So, you know, this is just going to be so hugely impactful on this region. And there is absolutely no way Rusty and his buddies are going to be able to zigzag around to try to miss all of the communities that are between here and the back country. All right.
Thanks,
Bye.
Kylie. Okay.
Is it reasonable to ask for maybe letters of support from BLM or Forest Service? Something from our agencies to say we're on board if, you know, we'd like, you know, encourage this development.
So
you know?
let me throw this a different direction. So if versus letters of recommendation, we put in a conditional use that, I mean, that's its only use. So whether they end up getting their contracts with the feds or whoever it may be, this is all they can do. If they don't get their contracts, that's on them. That's, I mean, it's a business plan, whether this is the beginning of it for this long business plan or not, this is the use that they're allowed to use it for.
So if they don't,
If they do not do that, I mean, do we want to put a time frame on this? Do you want a 5-year? I mean, can you get a contract in 5 years?
Should be able to.
Your conditional uses by ordinance are only
1 year.
for 1 year.
1 year.
Mhm.
So
Yep. So if you don't have that, if you're not active with that use within a year, then that terminates.
so that.
so is that even reasonable?
Working towards, I mean,
Is that feasible?
It's not feasible to get a contract within 1 year. Again, it's a 2-year process to get the helicopter carded, and then another year or so to actually bid the contracts and then start working. But as far as having the facility improved and the pads there and starting the maintenance and stuff, that part of it would be underway.
And the conditional use can be extended.
It can, correct.
Yeah. Come back in.
Mm, Come back in a year, give us
This is
an
the progress
update.
we've made, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
Pushing the restriction, blah blah blah. So,
That's right.
and that's another time for us to take a look at it again.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have noise complaints?
Right.
Are we having issues? Here's the thing that a lot of people in the crowd's wanting to hear is this is our way of making sure that they're complying with their conditional use. So I think it's a good step in the right direction for sure.
But it doesn't prevent the other concern, which is if they don't get their contract to fight fires or EMS, then they're still able to use it for private
They
purposes.
always,
Well, and
they
he would
always
anyway.
can.
Right now.
Yeah,
as
right
it stands.
now, he can use that as it's his driveway for his private helicopter.
Then-
You can land one at your house right now.
Then why is he here for conditional use?
To improve the building and start on the plan.
Okay.
It's a business and commercial use.
To get the business license and
Mhm.
everything, you'd have to have
Yep.
that conditional use approved.
I
I think you guys need to do this in a two-step process. First, you need to identify whether this conditional use is allowed. Okay, that's the primary thing. And if it's not allowed, then there's no further discussion. If it is allowed, then any negative impacts can be reasonably be mitigated, which is what we're talking about now. So as part of your findings, we need to decide if the conditional use is allowed.
And so that's where we look at this list,
But
right?
but I would say it is not prohibited, so it is allowed. It's in a commercial area next to a runway that is already designated by
Then
the.
you need to put that in your minutes. That exact thing.
I just said, so there we go. Put that for next.
Mac won't
time.
miss those.
Yeah.
It states in there in our ordinance that all other uses than those listed. All other uses
You need
than
to
those
take a
listed.
vote on that, though. That you have found that it is an allowable conditional use.
Well, but
No,
no, because
no.
we're really just recommending to. I mean, the commissioners are going to put their stamp on
Well,
it.
No.
yes, recommended.
Yes.
Not on the
So-
conditional
Wait, not
use.
yeah,
no.
not on
Mm-mm.
conditional.
We're the last stand on the conditional use.
This
And
doesn't get recommended to
no,
commission.
that's the only thing that you have the authority on in this county is conditional use.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
I hardly
So,
paid attention.
Mac, will you go back to where you were just at? I'm sorry.
So this is going to the commission. I'll have to clarify that, but
See, I read that and I was like,
but recommending approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the conditional use. But
no, yeah. Now that
could be wrong on that.
I
It
think
is.
you are,
But that
honestly.
is the only thing that we get
Because
to
it's
approve.
like a
That's
rezone.
it.
It's not a rezone. It's not a. Yeah.
It's not like
I'll have to follow it.
I think
Well,
Mac
it is
needs the
legislative
training.
for us.
I do need.
Sorry.
All other uses than those listed
Yes, it
are
is.
up for conditional use. That should not be a vote.
Correct.
Absolutely should not be. All other uses.
But you have to find that it is an allowable use.
It says.
It is. It's
It
all other
says-
uses.
Okay, well, you need to make that as part of your record.
It's an ordinance.
It says any other similar retail business or service establishments. I do not think it is a similar retail business or
I would
service
say
establishment.
in the minutes for me, where there is an existing
Well, it
airport
falls under
there
Conditional use. That's what.
and
it's-
approved by the FFA, it is kind of. I mean, it is a use.
A
It is a
similar
current
use.
use today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe not the helipad part, but he can land there. The people can land on the airport. I can land. I mean,
Can you?
I can actually. I can.
Me too.
Yeah, it's been a year or so, but I'd give it a whirl.
Okay. I think one thing that we, and then I'm going to call for a vote. We need to add no training and
No tours.
well, that's already in there. I think we include all of these conditions that Mac has provided.
And I
plus-
really want, like, it's really seasonal, really seasonal. I mean, fire season isn't year round. I mean, it is 3 months maybe.
It can be longer, yeah. But yeah, it's
And
half a year
search and
ago.
rescue, I mean, maybe we all haven't, but I've been out there and we're looking for a teenager and Abby, Christian sons, they're out hiking in the middle of nowhere. My son's out there, we're out there looking, helicopter gets down, basically the helicopter found them. They were from, I don't know, Salt Lake, shine the light on them. Hey, we found them. They flew away. I mean,
Right.
So, and I really, I worked for Eagle Air Med in Kayenta. They thought they put a helicopter there. They were going to do a lot of good there. they found out, but with the wind and everything, there were so few flights that they could actually go and pick up the person on the road that it wasn't feasible. So I think you have a lot of headwinds, and I probably can't. If you're willing to try, and you're
On the
willing
business
to
side of it.
on the business, and you're willing to follow these conditions that have been listed, probably ought to give you a chance.
And the we'll see you in a year
Right.
would be the one I would add to it.
We're
which
not
would-
going to see you for an hour and a half.
No,
Thank you.
no, but I mean, I think it would be a good time for there to be public comment on it.
Yeah.
To know where you're at and public comment to know how you have affected the surrounding area. So it's one of those be on your best behavior for the next year so you don't make everybody mad at you.
Yep, I like that.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
There's one on here, just so you're aware, on there that must show approval of the right of way from UDOT, allowing for the road to the employee housing. That no longer applies to the situation where they've redrawn their concept plans.
Because they're coming up at 46.
When they're dropping down into their own property,
Right.
not entering and exiting the highway right there.
The no nighttime flights can take place other than transporting helicopters or site staging, I think, is going to be an issue for search and rescue. And then even if we have a helicopter off site that's coming in and can't land before dark, I can tell you helicopter flying at dark is tough. You know, it would be very minimal, but to have that as an absolute restriction could be detrimental to the business.
One of them that I do want to point out to the commission as well as you, Rusty, and you can help me with this, is an aviation easement. This is something that's in state code where you can apply an aviation easement. And in here I have the condition where it would restrict your approach and takeoff on that easement. Typically, an aviation easement kind of prohibits a certain height that's allowed, for you to put utility, say you wanted to put a power pole or something through your property. That aviation easement can restrict the height of those, restrict the height of building, restrict the heights of trees. And so I don't know if there's any concern from you of placing that aviation easement. And so you had touched on briefly just flying in and out of that, the direction that you would fly in that, we would place, that directional takeoff and landing.
It'd be a struggle to have it force the approaches from one direction. Again, in a high wind situation or an unusual weather situation, you might have to come in, but from a completely odd angle. Same thing with the height. Like if you're super high and coming in from a direction, you can actually get caught into your rotor downwash.
Okay.
And that can be a safety issue.
Okay.
So primary flight path from public land away from housing, where weather, in the conditions that weather absolutely dictates, we would only come in from those other directions.
Okay. Then I had in here just that kind of that circle that you talked about, that no-fly zone, especially over the communities. I'd kind of restricted that within that 5-mile radius. And I don't know if there's any concerns with that. That would encompass Flatiron Mesa to make sure that you're not flying over them, or even the gas station there. You mentioned it was a junkyard. That's now an active store. And so they've activated that use there.
Again, that flights from operations on this property shall not take place over residential communities within a 5-mile radius. I think that's again, a struggle if you are airlifting someone out of that, or if weather dictates or clouds can box you in.
Okay.
I don't think that that's feasible at all either. But as I've said repeatedly, and maybe you can tell, I'm here to work with the community and alter as much things as possible as long as safety and those things exist.
Could you add on to there then to just kind of cover that, unless for emergency purposes.
Yeah, or unless
And
safety
safety.
dictates, right.
Okay.
Safe
The
operations
safety is
dictate.
more important than noise.
What about enforcement? If you don't do this stuff?
1
how do you
year.
enforce it?
1 year.
Is it gonna be building inspector or is it gonna be?
1 year.
We're looking at hiring an enforcement officer. Not just because of this. I want to give that sense, because that's not the case.
Thank you.
We have a bunch of other issues in the county that are
It's
requiring us to enforce.
It's our deputy county attorney.
Yeah.
Just gonna do that.
Mitch. Yeah. No. In general, we need to get better at
Emergencies, folks.
preventing the junkyards and things like that.
In the housing development. Is there an exclusion to be able to land to pick up for an emergency?
And that was what we had mentioned on there, adding just kind of that statement on there for emergency purposes or safety.
Yeah, I think so. And then we're going to remove the nighttime, right?
Right.
Yes.
And then, do we have a dark sky initiative out there?
So in general, that was kind of a concern that was addressed in the conditions that they had stated, as
Yeah.
well as
That-
those lights they're activated during the flights.
They have-
They're not on all night.
Yeah.
And so
Click your mic.
yeah,
click the lights
she
on,
had Sarah had mentioned that in her letter as well.
Mhm.
The only other one that I just need to point out on here, if I can remember, I had it in my head and then
The right of way from UDOT.
yeah, I'd be taking that one out. I'd asked for the sound wall in here on the east. That really should be on the west. Not the east. When I was thinking of myself sitting at Flatiron Mesa, and it's to the east of Flatiron Mesa, but it would be from the west of this property. I don't know. Is there any concern with the sound wall and trying to land on a windy day? And
Yeah, well, we will be coming over power lines coming from the west, so we would have that angle. So even if there was a small fence or wall or something like that, I think that could be feasible.
But I mean, 90% of your noise is about 10 to 15 feet off the ground as you're creating
You're
that
landing.
thrust. So a sound does nothing. I mean, you're creating that thrust.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that initial coming off the ground, then you get that main thrust as you start driving out of it. So
That's right.
it's sound fencing. And
I would love. I mean, I'd love to crank the helicopter there, take the helicopter off, and have everyone at Flatiron Mesa that's available just to be outside in their yard with phones, listening to see how much noise it really is. I know I've landed in a subdivision and picked someone up near Moab, and I figured they'd come running out to the helicopter, and they didn't even know we landed. So, and they were listening for us. So, I hope that that's what it is for Flatiron Mesa and the
It's gotta
surrounding
be loud. We hear classic flying over all the time. We can hear them miles out, and as they go by on the way down to Monticello to pick up someone. Don't kid yourself. You're going to be loud.
Yeah, we will if we fly over you. I'm not kidding you there, but I'm just saying that.
Don't tell me you're not.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Mac, are we creating any precedents if we approve this?
no, because you consider any property that has to go through the conditional use property or process. You're trying to mitigate that use with that property alone. And so, say a neighboring property buys Sitla land, they want to do the same thing. They too have to come through this process to get it. And so there's not like a precedence you're creating through this approval. It's a case by case.
And
So
we're just trying to come up with
You're just trying to
conditions apply
to mitigate that use for the health and safety of the community and for the public. Just a note on there, I did check our county ordinance on conditional uses, and this does not go before the commission. And so I just wanted to point that out before your approval or denial.
I knew we had one thing that we had to do.
I'm glad you brought that up.
I'm always excited about conditional use.
It's like, took the pressure off. Sylvia would be like,
But
"Oh,
there is,
it's coming to me."
Here's the other thing about it is
Yeah.
if we deny it, they can appeal it.
They
to the
can appeal it
commission.
through the appeal process.
Yep. So. Are you looking for a motion? I am. I need the mouse then.
Are you gonna read it?
Well, yeah, because we are getting rid of.
You're gonna get rid of the no nighttime.
Well, I don't know how to use the mouse, so it won't help me. There we go. The first one, and 3 helicopters. Is that a feasible thing for the first year?
It's definitely feasible for the first year. It caught my eye as well.
Okay. The second one on the list, training of approach and takeoffs need to be kept to a minimum during daylight hours. You said you will not be doing any training, correct? So that will not be on this conditional use.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it does.
It will be on there, but
could
there
just
will
put
be
no training.
no training.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, that was a comment earlier that you agreed to.
That's right.
And the next one doesn't apply either, correct?
No.
No. And then we are going to keep the lighting must meet the dark sky initiatives. Must show approval of right of way from UDOT. That's
Take that one
out.
out.
Okay. Well, you can help me as I go through them. So I make a motion to approve with the conditions. No more than 3 helicopters can be located on the property at a time. There will be no training under this conditional use. The lighting must meet dark sky initiatives where possible unless helipad safety standards prevent it. We are not doing that one. We're not doing that one. Employee housing shall not be used as overnight or short-term rentals. No tour operations can take place on this property under this conditional use. The flight path for helicopter approach and takeoff can only be, no, I need to clarify that one. Should only be from the northeast of the property, which shall be established. Are we really saying northeast on that? Is that correct?
Just the way the runway goes.
So it'd be closer to heading over the Scylla BLM.
So
Yeah, northeast
that-
is good because that is no housing, no
Okay,
development.
so you're good with that. Okay.
Right.
Takeoff can only
and
be
a should allows us to come in other directions as weather or
Safety.
dictates
Mm-hmm.
or safety.
Northeast is Brown's Hole, and there's a lot of people that live there, just to give you a heads up.
5 people. Approach and takeoff can only be from the northeast of the property, which shall be established in an aviation easement approval by the Planning Commission. Are we still going with that, Mac?
It's kind of up to you if that's a concern. You don't want to place a condition on that's going to create a safety issue.
Yeah, right.
You know,
Okay.
So you have Rusty the Pie that kind of saying, hey, you know, I need some flexibility in there. If you put in an aviation easement, that's it. That's
the only place you can
yes.
put it. Okay.
And so you may keep that language in there. Just remove the. We can add safety,
Yep.
less from safety, on there, but take out the aviation easement.
Okay, so let me restart that one. The flight path for helicopter approach and takeoff can only be from the northeast of the property unless safety issues, weather issues, emergency issues.
Dictates another flight plan.
Yeah. Exactly. Dictates a different flight plan. Flights from the operation on this property shall not take place over residential communities within a 5-mile radius. That does not work because it's within 5 miles. Everybody agree with me on that one? I'm leaving that one out. To the extent reasonable possible, all helicopters must adhere to the Helicopter Association International Guideline related to noise abatement as published in the Fly Neighborly Guide as amended from time to time, and the helicopter manufacturer's noise abatement guidelines. A noise or sound reducing wall, no, that one's out. Must comply with.
I thought he said it was on the west side, and it isn't in.
We took it out.
You took it out?
Yep.
Okay.
Because it's not going to be effective.
No, it will do nothing. Must comply with any state or federal fire restrictions, must comply with all building permit requirements, must comply with San Juan County Health Department requirements and Utah State water system requirements, must comply with San Juan County business license requirements, and also must come back in 1 year for a update and for public comment to renew the conditional use.
Did you say you took out the flights from the operation shall not take place over residential communities?
Yes, because it's we address that in this one right here. The flight path for helicopters approach takeoff can only be from the northeast of the property.
Okay.
So, and that will be in the Browns whole area, but and the only stipulation was for safety, weather, things like that, emergencies.
Can we add private use limited to 3 times a week?
I disagree with that one because if it wasn't a conditional use, it could land there every 10 minutes. Yep. And that's my motion.
I would add on there just as well that that you have found that this
If I vote
does
for it,
apply
I found
for conditional use,
works.
that this
I
is
don't-
allowed.
In the zone.
Now say that again, I'm sorry.
So that this use is allowed to be as a conditional use under our ordinance.
Add that to the conditional
The
use.
commission finds that the
To your-
proposed use by the applicant is allowed in the zone.
Okay,
As
just for the
conditional
minutes.
use, yeah.
Okay.
Could we say because there's an existing runway?
No, I disagree with that,
Can't
just
do that?
for the simple fact
Leave
of
it
the
at
way it
that,
reads.
that you find that the proposed use by the applicant is allowed under the zone, whatever zone it's in.
Okay. So the proposed use from the applicant is permissible under the zoning ordinance
Under,
as a
whatever zone
conditional
it's in.
use. Yeah.
Okay. I got a motion. Do I hear a second? I'll pass the chair to you. And I'll second it.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 All oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
3-4, 2 against. Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you, Rusty.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Alrighty.
2 hours on that one.
We're off to a horrible start.
Trent, what time do these meetings end?
When I run them, we're usually out by 7. When Lloyd's running them, it's midnight.
Oh, come on. 10 at the latest.
I mean, who's running it right now?
You are.
You are.
No.
I passed the
You have to
chair.
pass it back.
And I pass back.
What's up next?
Okay.
Just go to the bathroom.
Go ahead. We'll wait for you.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Consideration of a conditional use permit Amendment allowing for an RV park for Wolf Springs Ranch located at LaSalle. Brian.
Okay, again, just as a reminder on here, this is not, it's a conditional use, so it doesn't have to go before the San Juan County Commission. County received a conditional use permit application. You had heard this back in October of 2021, so it's been a minute. Some of you may not have been a part of the Planning Commission. During the discussion of that meeting, the RV park was denied as a conditional use due to the concern regarding water availability. The owner has since reached out to the Department of Environmental Quality as recommended from this body and obtained an email. I received that email as well from them indicating that as long as the spring does not exceed 12 connections for this parcel, it is not considered a public water system. In fact, the access to the pond that is on the property is also allowed for the fire protection and suppression of the RV park that's there. The health department's kind of outlined and approved the size of the septic system for the 12 sites, so that's already been there. Just as a reminder, the conditions approved at the time are as follows. The fire lane turnaround at the pond meets the 50-foot turning radius according to San Juan County Road Department standards. No more than 14 units, which is a push to stay below the requirements for the public water system in general. And that's not these RV park sites, it's the overnight rentals that were approved. No campsites or RV parks maintain at least 45,000 gallon water storage for fire suppression. Maintain 50-foot fire barrier around all structures. We are in a MU1 zone, just as a reminder, which private park or recreational grounds or private recreational camp or resort, including accessory and support dwellings, are allowed in this zone. That's all I've got right there for you.
So
let me show you the concept on.
we denied this before?
You
Well,
denied
denied
the,
them.
the
Well,
RV.
I'm not sure the word denied was, but that's what he used.
Did we table it?
What you did is you suggested that I have to go to the health department to get my water improved, which I've done that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I've got my overnight rentals,
Mhm.
which I can go to 12 on that,
Mhm.
which I haven't exceeded that or got even close to that. But then I want an additional 12 to be able to do my RV park, which has some campsites. So I went to the health department in Price, and they've approved that because I have a secondary water source to do that. And so,
Right.
so that was taken care of. The other issue was John Red kind of brought up was fire protection.
Mhm. I remember this, and I
Yeah.
was trying to remember why.
Yeah, so I've done that. My pond has several million gallons in it, and I've got a picture of it on my phone, but I don't know how to pass it on. So I'm not sure how to do that. But except for I do have great turning around. Fire trucks can go in there. Helicopters can go in there.
Oh.
And so I feel like I've met the things that were required.
That pond stay full?
It does. It's fed continuously from a spring that runs quite well. So it maintains.
What's your total acreage?
I've got 100. I started with 160. I sold probably 30 of it. Maybe
I saw your
40 of it.
website. It looks pretty nice.
What's did you? Yeah, Wolf Springs Ranch. We do weddings mostly is what we try to do, and large events.
You a chaplain?
No, I'm not.
Weddings and funerals.
yeah. So.
Any public comment?
Yeah, I thought this one was done.
No.
Everything but that proposed RV park was approved as a conditional use, and so that's why we're looking at a conditional use just for that piece of property right there.
I have a question regarding that. What does conditional use? What does that mean? It almost means like just you can go ahead and use it for now.
No, and that does. Conditional seems temporary, and that's a lot of
It
times
does
we
seem that
refer
way.
to a conditional It's just for a minute type thing.
Brady, all it
Conditional
does is we're gonna say you can use it,
with these
and
conditions.
we're gonna apply some conditions to you.
Okay.
And that conditional, just as a reminder, the conditional use, if it's approved today, continues with the property. So
Not the owner.
if he sells the property to another owner, that conditional use, as long as they're meeting the conditions, continues forward even to the next property owners. And so
I think of it as a vested right.
it is.
It's how I.
And
With
by law,
conditions
Okay,
to
I
they
mitigate.
have to be reasonable conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
And
that's
it's
a
to
state
mitigate any
Okay.
of the concerns that may pose, the health, life safety.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that it?
I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion we approve with the normal following conditions that were listed here at the end.
Okay. Nothing new, nothing taken away.
I'll second it.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to approve the RV park for Wolf Springs Ranch. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank
you. We're just getting started.
I know. Where are you going, Brian?
Stay.
2 hours.
Stay.
Bring some dinner back.
Okay, what do you want?
Depends on if you want to prove next time.
Okay, number 4, consideration of a temporary conditional use permit application for Daniel Perry at 1231 Deer Park Drive, Elk
Correct.
Meadows.
So we've received a request for that conditional use permit application. The request is allow for temporary housing in an RV while construction has taken place on the main home located at 1231 Deer Park Drive. In our code, it allows for not only just a temporary permit as a conditional use for no longer than 6 months, but you also have this temporary buildings that's allowed in our overall code, allowing for temporary buildings to be used as incidental to construction work, including living quarters for a guard and night watchman. Such buildings must be removed upon completion or abandonment of the construction work, and those are the zones that it's allowed in. On here, I've listed some of the possible conditions on here. I was actually really surprised to even find this in code.
I would have just done it.
I wouldn't have asked.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry.
So we'll make a motion
I'm
to
impressed you
approve.
did it the
that.
right way.
Absolutely.
I can't believe you're here.
How old is the business, the building permit for this?
He's almost done.
You're almost done.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just need.
Yeah, it's a log home. It's our retirement home.
It's a long story.
Okay.
I'm just trying to do everything right.
Yeah. Me and Cody wouldn't have.
No, absolutely not.
We'd have stayed in our campers.
I'd ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, we tried to rent a place in Monticello, but you know how it is. We got on the waiting list and we needed to start, and there was no opening. So I bought a 2022, travel trailer, and we got started and froze our tush off this winter.
Cody, Dan's from Blanding.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He grew up there.
Oh, I don't know you.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're doing out at Elk Meadows. I mean, that
Yeah.
I was.
Well,
thinking,
it's
oh,
not technically in Monticello, is it?
No,
I
He's-
wrestled for Bland.
What he's saying is he's not a buckaroo.
Good.
Yeah, I wrestled and played football for San Juan
It's
High
that
School.
black
so-
and orange. I couldn't do it.
Any public comment? Hearing none,
Uh-huh.
I'll entertain a motion.
I made it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve a conditional use permit. You want these conditions?
With these conditions in it, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's 6 months long from now,
With
right?
the extension.
3 extensions.
3 extensions. So if there's something that happens,
ordinance. You need to be making
Okay.
progress, and
And our new ordinance says 12 months.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
But we
Yeah.
haven't approved those.
yeah, that might happen
So yeah,
when other people are on this board because it's not moving very quick.
we're racing nature right now, trying to get this cistern in and the septic in and everything before it starts freezing. And
Good
so
luck.
anyway, is there anything else?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank
Any
you.
opposed? Thanks, Dan.
Let's keep knocking them
Okay.
out. Let's go.
That's 4 minutes.
Dinner's waiting.
Thank you.
Hopefully you get out of here soon.
Do you think she can be quick?
Thanks, Daniel.
Am I ready?
Oh, I'm going to make it hard on him.
Consideration
Come on,
of
Lloyd.
Canyon Shadow Subdivision Amendment Number 1, easement established survey.
Yeah, we received a request just to amend the subdivision utility easement on here.
Pretty
Kind
straightforward.
of pretty straightforward. When we approved the Balance Rock project, obviously they had roads coming in at a different angle, matching up with Sheik's development below that. They placed all of their utilities in the road up above. Sheik is doing that same thing, following that same line. He does have the storm water that veers off, comes straight down into the retention basin property down below there. And so it's an adjustment from what it used to be out here to the side. Obviously Balance Rock had the units along here, and so this is moving back out on the road.
It was just really to accommodate the potential future usage with Balance Rock development, and it's just literally moving the easement from about 50 feet over to the east side.
Right.
Is this one that needed a signature block?
No, it's
Okay.
excellent.
No, that's the next one.
How would these two properties work together?
With the new easement now. And access, because when we started development and platting way before Balance Rock became a development project, and we established that existing easement with Carl years ago, and that was with the Thomas family established that years ago, and so now it's just a matter of, okay, we're going to try to be good neighbors with you. We'll move our easement over so it's not in the middle of your potential design.
Okay, but there's not connectivity between, like,
Are you talking ownership or?
That's the
like,
access to.
it's just the access to
Okay.
our
the-
property.
Is it William Thomas land is what it was?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and so it's repositioning the location of the current access and utility easement 50 feet to the east to better fit their potential
You
development.
used to have to drive through Carl's to get to this piece, which is the old one up the side here.
Right.
And now to accommodate that new resort going in, they moved over the easement so it's not conflicting with what the new design is on the other one.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Okay, got a motion to approve
I'll second it.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, stay up there.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Consideration and approval of Canyon Shadow Subdivision Amendment Number 1. Easement established survey. Is this kind of the same thing type?
This
It is.
Yeah.
Similar. You have just the unit 7B is changed and is now unit 7B-1 to differentiate it from the original unit 7B. Wilson Lane has been labeled and is now a total width of 40 feet from the south line of the subdivision. You've got a 25-foot wide utility easement has been placed on the southern portion of the amended road.
So this is to get water and sewer from Tangren over
here.
underneath the highway into a piece of property on the west side of 191. And so the only change that needs to be made is your signature board. So it has me and my wife. It also needs to have Carl Tangren, because this little section The light gray that we've added, our property line is the dark line in the middle between us and Carl. So we've added extension to our road width from there to there, and then this piece here. So we just need to have a place for Carl on the signature line on the block over there. So
And we can make that adjustment before
yeah,
recording.
Just have Brad add that on there. Otherwise, Cindy won't accept it.
Okay.
And can you put Andrea's name first?
No.
Yes. It's on record, yeah.
Oh, Andrea. Like I know Andrea. Okay, we'll entertain a motion. Probably shouldn't come from you.
It doesn't matter. I'm granting
I'll
it.
motion. I'll motion.
Okay.
With
The
with
change.
the change, the additional signature line for Carl Tanglin.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second to approve Canyon Shadow Subdivision Amendment number 1.
And is this one oh sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to know where this one was. This one is on the west side of the highway.
So
East side.
This easement is, but it's for a development on
They're
the
gonna
west side.
bore the highway.
Which has already been approved, and it's already been approved
Correct.
for overnight accommodations.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I just
Yep.
wanna-
That is correct.
sorry to
that was
interrupt.
one of our first overnight overlays. I think one of the first two.
was.
Is
we
that the
did.
one that's got the gas line going through it? On the
Yeah,
west
it's the one
side?
with
Yes.
the gas
Yep.
line going through it.
Okay.
It's been
Used
a,
to be Bob Shoots.
been a
Okay.
really fun design exercise.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Lloyd? No? Okay, motion carries.
Will we get an opportunity for public comment on the rezoning agenda item, or the zoning map agenda item?
It is on the end of the
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll have time.
stick
We'll be
around.
at 1 o'clock.
Well, I was just gonna say, next time you guys put me in front of conditional use.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Number 7.
All right. So you have, make sure I'm on the right one, preliminary plat review for amendment number 2, lot 29, San Juan Estates, phase 3. Where this is a preliminary plat, we push this out to staff as well. What they're taking is they're subdividing this parcel on lot 29, subdividing it into 3 different parcels. In the process, I went through the ordinance, the subdivision ordinance, and kind of picked out what exactly they're supposed to do. And so you'll see this on the following couple of the preliminary plat approvals. Kind of seems like a lot to go through for the planning commission. We also, once all of this is done, bring the final plat back to you for approval, and hopefully we've mitigated and reduced all of these so that they meet all the conditions of preliminary plat review. And so with that, you kind of see the items that I've requested or staff have requested of the landowner, subdivider, either one, which kind of matches our subdivision ordinance.
Have you provided that back to the landowner? Or
So
the
we did.
developer?
That was, I took and just copied and pasted the information out of my email back to them. In some of these that I've allowed or asked for, obviously, if they're coming in and we're reviewing this, they haven't submitted a letter of intent to us. I'm asking for that. Just literally, for me, it's prescriptive. Our subdivision ordinance requires it, so I just kind of go down the whole entire ordinance and make sure they provide it, including the topographical contours, making sure the picture of the location on the plat is correct, that we can tell where it's from.
SVR.
Making sure they have a letter from, in this case, you're in Spanish Valley, so they've got to go to the Special Service District, make sure there's connections available, and provide a letter of connection back to us. Obviously on this one, I noted on here there's significant concerns with the drainage of the property that we need to resolve. In here, typically what I've seen this in the past on those those plat maps that have been approved. There's typically a note about the roads. I'm having them remove anything unless it's a major subdivision that's coming in new to the area. If there's any reference to these roads that are going to be taken over and maintained by the county, I have them remove it. It doesn't make sense to have that note on the subdivision within the subdivision, and so
A minor.
so we do work on that. Where it's in the SVR zoning, we're having them add to the plat that's under the zoning in effect at the time of plat approval, use of these properties for short-time rentals, overnight accommodations, bed and breakfast, lodging houses, or any other variation overnight accommodations for nightly rentals is prohibited. I need on here the notes.
That is
for
not my understanding.
plat number 2 removed, and yeah, we'll work on that one before final. But the plat shows a utility easement at 10 foot wide. On there, they need to comply with our zoning requirements, requiring the proper width of 15 instead of 10. So that was kind of what staff did, and so staff were trying to catch all this stuff before it even comes to you. And so at this point in time, what we looked at is in this subdivision over here is where it states that, you know, the county's gonna maintain this road. Well, no, that's not the case. We maintain McKinney Lane, but we will not maintain this road. And so removal of that. If you look at the vicinity map, it's pretty hard to tell where this is at. And so we need a little bit better vicinity map on when it comes to final. When you look at this property on here, this is where I come in and I want a maintenance agreement on this private road. Throughout the county, we're having concerns and issues with property owners that weren't here when it was subdivided, coming back to the county. You need to maintain our road. It's a private road. We don't maintain private roads. And they're like, well, nobody told me. You know, when we purchased the property, nobody said it was a private road. That maintenance agreement will be required to be recorded on the property so that it's clear who's going to be maintaining. If they break it up into 4, 1/4 shares of the road, and it's a private road, it will always be a private road. So we're maintaining that.
And with that, Mac, on private
Yes.
roads, we do not require this.
So this is a fire. You can't have a hammerhead on a private road for fire.
On a minor subdivision, you can, which is 4 lots or less.
So and there's questions about the minor and major, and so to
we
me,
established quite a few
that.
years ago that the minor subdivision was 4 lots or less, which would be when we started being able to break them from 1 acre lots down.
Yeah.
So anything that was in that, it was 4 lots or less was a minor. Anything above that was a major subdivision.
Over 100 acres.
No, this was before we even got into all that.
Okay, all I'm doing is following the code, the subdivision ordinance, and it defines minor as anything above 100 acres with 4
a major
or less. Minor.
Oh, with 4 or less. Okay, yeah.
And so
okay, so that's probably where Scott and Alex came up with that.
Okay.
Was 4 or less.
Yeah.
It was a minor. And that did not require the
but you're gonna have
hammerhead.
100 acres to qualify for that. And so there's some concerns with that
Okay.
as well.
Gotcha.
And
then the other thing is we have to have 15 feet on our utilities for
correct.
the service
Instead of 10.
Instead of 10.
Yep.
Okay.
And so we pointed that out as well on here. This back property, 29D, is a huge concern to staff. Probably push this into civil engineering. We don't have a county engineer that can go through things. We contract that out. There's a creek that runs through this back piece of the property, pretty close. I don't know really even if this lot is developable as is, and so we just got to have that reviewed with the owner, subdivider, and an engineer to.
Oh, I know. We've
to make
already
sure.
approved one above it.
Yes.
There's 2 down in that hole right above it.
And it was that last lot that had the.
It was Skeets.
Below
Mm-hmm.
drainage.
We had public
So I'm
comment
concerned
about
if
this one.
if they try to make this buildable, For a home back in here, this back portion of the property really is on a downhill into the creek. And
It's a
so
pretty good wash.
It is a pretty good
Mhm.
wash, and it does receive water through there. It
Mhm.
has had flooding come through there.
Yep.
And so there's, before final, hopefully we can have some answers on that. But we are taking it through that process to get an engineer to take a look at with the subdivider on here.
Don't we
So
need that before the approval of the preliminary?
Before the approval of,
Would this be considered storm drainage?
so yeah, the original subdivision came before that, before our flood study.
Mhm.
Is that what your question is, Ann?
Well, it just says in our ordinance that prior to the submission of the preliminary plat.
In the subdivision process, it can require that if we notice that, hey, they're building in a creek or trying to subdivide a piece of property in a creek bed, then you can, before final plat approval, you can go through and try to figure out how that last property is supposed to operate and
I think
function as a
Ann,
property.
that you're right. That does apply in a just a normal subdivision, but where this is a minor, I'm not 100% positive, but I don't think it applies.
Okay.
See, and I'm on the same wavelength right here with this being a minor, so it is
Yeah.
a different standard.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it and see.
It is a different standard.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we can approve the preliminary plat with these
Almost like conditions, yeah.
Just like
Yeah.
a
Like
list of concerns.
Everything that
Right.
the concerns that need to be addressed before it comes as a final.
And I think we bring it to the planning commission. In my head, we bring it to you in case you see anything that we may have overlooked as staff.
Right.
Before it goes to final.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly where this is. Isn't this Bosley's? I think.
I just remember the neighbors kind of saying how bad that last lot was.
Mm-hmm.
They
I
were
did speak to one of the neighbors that live around here in this area, and that was a concern.
Yeah. Yep. Now, question. Back to your list of items that you had going.
Okay.
Let's see, where was it? Number 7.
Correct.
Short-term rentals, overnight accommodation, bed and breakfast, lodging houses, or any other variations of overnight accommodations for nightly rental is prohibited. My understanding is
30 days or something.
our county attorneys decided that all of the different ordinances within our Spanish Valley ordinances fall within the overlay.
The overlay district.
Mhm. Yes.
So that would come later on here, and then.
So, but it's
this isn't
prohibited here.
I'm sorry.
But you have it prohibited in this zone.
Okay. So you'd want to.
What was your question, Mike?
So
If they did an overlay district. On here.
yeah, so they could come back.
They could.
And apply for an overlay. So
Which
we
others
can't
have.
we can't call it prohibited.
Okay.
It would have to be it is not allowed unless is
You
applied
apply
for.
for an
Yeah,
overlay
because
district.
I think
I
with a
agree.
lot
That
of
makes sense.
what's going on there with the lawsuits and everything that's going on in that little area,
Yes.
you've got Mount Pill and McElhaney and all that area.
Yep.
That we need to make sure our wording's really good on that.
Yep.
Especially now that everything's coming to light, that we
Mhm.
have a different interpretation with our newer county attorneys versus our older
Yeah.
county attorneys, because they were 180 degrees from each other. The way Alex read it was only highway commercial. Then we get this Balancing Rock subdivision
Rezoned,
come in
and they rezoned.
with a new attorney's opinion on it, and it changed everything. So I need to make sure that we are in black and white on everything. I want to make sure that
I totally agree, and I appreciate that suggestion. That was something
Well,
we
let me just
overlooked.
give you that language was the result of 3 attorneys taking a week to come up with it. One attorney charges $500 an hour. So,
Well,
yeah,
at least
that's the language we came up with.
Yeah.
It took us a week to do it.
Yeah.
well, it's going to be biblical from here on out.
But I do like that mention that unless you've applied for and been approved for an overnight accommodation overlay district.
Yeah.
Mhm. We
So-
can add that to
So
that.
essentially, we've created a loophole here using the overlay district to get in nightly
You
rentals
can-
and
Which is a good
residential?
thing.
Anywhere.
That's not a bad thing, you know.
And
so
It's basically, yeah, it's a new
which
loophole.
That's
an
just very
overnight
disingenuous, I think.
overnight accommodation overlay is nothing but a very, very lengthy conditional use.
But as it stands now, it's in SVR, so you can say it's prohibited because it's
Well,
prohibited in
unless they
SVR.
apply for the
Well, I
overlay.
think it's not, you cannot use the overlay for the residential zone. I don't know, I've never said that.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting
I
that
don't know where
either,
you're
Lloyd.
getting
But
that from.
We can look at it.
I want to be clear on that because
Lloyd
Yeah.
did this when we did balance.
I
right?
want
Yeah.
to make very certain of this. I want-
Okay. We can check
Yeah,
it and
balance
just
trucks
make
is
sure
fine.
that
But the overlay, yeah, like Lloyd read
I
that
just want to
last
make
time.
sure it's very clear because the last time we talked about this, it was
No, I have never said that.
okay. Let me.
okay. So what, what ordinances, what are allowed with the overnight accommodation? Are we just talking like
The overlay.
yeah, the overlay? So residential flex, business flex, highway flex,
Yes,
and highway commercial.
yes.
But here's the other thing. So what you're reading on these other chapters where it says uses subject to the Spanish Valley overnight accommodation overlay. That's where you guys took your interpretation of that those allowed, correct?
Say that again.
Okay, so chapter 3, chapter 4, and chapter 5, which is your residential flex, business flex, and highway flex. The third paragraph on every one of them, it says conditional uses none, but right under that it says uses subject to the Spanish Valley overnight accommodation overlay, hotels and motels, commercial condominiums for short-term rentals, bed and breakfast, lodges and resorts, commercial campgrounds, all other variations of overnight accommodations intended for nightly rentals. That's how you determined that ordinance was allowed to use the overlay, correct?
In
Because
that
that's
zone.
the only wording in chapter 3 that says anything about the overnight accommodation.
No, I would have, I can't give you an exact answer because I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but it's the same thing. It's 3 attorneys that spent a month on that.
So
Come
what?
up with it.
So what ordinances does the overnight accommodation overlay?
all but the residential, the SVR.
Even Spanish Valley Planned Community?
Well, no, that's kind of a hybrid ordinance in and of itself. But you can get the overlay zone for it, yes.
because it's large
Let me
enough.
pull up.
But nowhere within the Spanish Valley Planned Community does it say anything about the use subject to the Spanish Valley overnight overlay accommodation.
Well, and you may, I may be wrong on that one. I'll find out.
We'll look at the language and then
But
look
then
at
I go
everything on
back to
there.
highway commercial, which is where it belongs, and it absolutely does not say anything about the overnight accommodation overlay. All the rest of them do, except for the highway commercial.
I will find you an answer and I'll email you tomorrow.
Because it makes it really hard for us to do what we're supposed to do without knowing this definitely. And because that's where it gets confusing. Like on what we're looking at right now, I'm looking at it's prohibited, but I was under the understanding that all zones were allowed to have it. So I need to make sure that I'm
and I
clear.
think if you look back at the process that we took Balance Rock through,
Mhm.
they were in the SVR.
They did a zone change.
And they had to do the zone change to be able to get the overnight accommodations in a different zone.
They did the zone change before we got clarifications from the county attorneys that you could do that in a business flex or residential flex.
And that's why they changed their zone to
I
that
have no idea why they
residential
changed their zone.
flex.
I think it was for the lodging. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
But the process was a little. I mean, they'd already started the process of the zone change. Because when it came to us, we wanted clarification.
You guys were ready
because
to
Scott
approve.
brings it in here. Well, they're wanting to do the overlay, and I'm like, no, wait a second. Go to chapter 10. And the first paragraph says, sites located within the Spanish Valley Highway Commercial District. How are we doing an overlay on that? Because chapter 10 specifically says in the first paragraph, it can only be used in highway
In there.
commercial.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's very confusing. And I want to make sure if we are going to if we determine something or make a decision on something, that we're not holding the county liable for a lawsuit over it.
Me too. I agree.
I mean, it just...
All of us are probably that same
Mhm.
sentiment. We'll look at it further before final, and we'll definitely have that narrowed down
So
to
the
make sure.
bottom of that first page,
Yeah.
it does say the Spanish Valley Overnight Accommodations Overlay Ordinance is an overlay district for properties located in the highway commercial and highway flex districts.
Yeah.
I know, but read the first paragraph.
I know, so but it goes back to intent, right?
Yeah.
It goes back to the
Right.
the intent or plain
My understanding is that it applies to everything but the
SVR. Yeah, that was my understanding too. I'm glad-
But not if you read that bottom paragraph you just read me. That's only highway flex and highway commercial. That's only 2 zones. What about business flags? What about residential flags?
Well, I think business flex is considered a highway flex.
I was looking at the residential
well.
as well.
Well, no, because they're 2 different ordinances. You've got highway flags, business flags, residential flags.
Well, and this is kind of where I feel
Exactly.
like we need to have.
That's why we
on our
have to have
agenda,
this
we're
clarification.
needing to get this
We
cleared up.
have to have the clarification for us
And
to
get
be
our-
able to
get
make
our
a
language
educated motion.
But
well,
We'll work on that
'Kay.
and get it back to you before final, so that we know that for sure what can be there. I know.
I'll be online. I think I believe.
Okay.
So I'll
Okay.
be online.
I
Well,
want to
hurry.
see your face.
Okay.
I don't want you
Hey,
saying you're leaving, but you're really leaving.
Hey, Mitch, I also need some response from you for the service
Yeah,
district.
let's talk tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You bet.
Good night.
Yeah, let's follow. So if you just follow through the ordinance, you can kind of see where those overlays pop up in
Right.
all of the zones, other than when you get to SVR, it doesn't have that overlay. I'll follow up with it. Good point, though.
So,
so we should make that a priority.
absolutely.
As far-
Since 2019.
As far as, you know-
That's what I've been looking
November
for.
the 19th, 2019.
I've wanted that a priority since then.
Yes. It's been confusing.
Yes. It's because we adopted a draft.
Yep.
And here we are.
Still.
Yes.
Me and
4
Ann
years.
talked about this before they adopted it.
Well, yeah. The reasoning was, well, we can fix it later.
Yeah. And I told you we couldn't. And where
But
we
why
at?
can't we? That's my question. Why
Because
can't
it's
we?
the process.
We
Anything.
just have to have some, you know.
Public hearing, amend the ordinance.
Yeah, and that could
goes
be
to
done
pub-
within
to-
a month.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
No.
I think
7.
kind of where we
You don't
stopped
have to-
on it is where we're working on the new complete ordinances, I guess you could say.
Yes.
And then a lot of this has already been resolved in that.
Yeah.
We
The
have been
left.
working on those since 20.
Correct.
And they're done.
Yeah.
So
They
maybe
are.
that's
We
the
just
point.
need the map.
We got it.
Well,
It's on tonight.
We've got a portion of the map. You'll see the difference in my maps compared to what we had in the past, and so we'll get those. We'll get that process.
Okay, let's look at turkey trot.
Oh wait, so do
All
we
right,
need to?
this one here.
Oh,
These are just preliminary.
preliminary.
Preliminary, yeah.
But we're keeping the language in.
Have to.
Yep. But I'll follow up and make sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I am absolutely wrong on that, because it does not belong in the SVR.
Okay.
Nightly rentals do not.
Okay, any other concerns with this one? On preliminary? This was on the one we were just looking at.
And you did say you noted that we need 15-foot utility easements.
Yes,
Okay.
I pointed that out.
Okay.
They had 10 on here. It's got to be 15.
Well, and if the where are you seeing 10?
I don't know.
Oh, right there
Oh,
on the roadside. That has to be 15 on the roadside from the original subdivision on McElhaney. They can use their driveway easement as a utility
Correct.
too, if they will,
Absolutely.
if they'll just add the writing to it.
Yeah.
So that way we can get water and sewer in there.
Tony, did you go get us dinner?
I wish. I talked to my son. He's at patio and making me grumpy.
So, Mac, the ones that are surrounding were all from the original subdivision that was done.
Oh, okay.
So
For
they're
the
probably
property.
7.5 foot from property line each way.
Okay.
Because we've always maintained a 15-foot utility easement, and we'd always put 7.5 on both sides.
Okay.
So, and then so they actually have nothing in here for their water and sewer, because we have to keep them 10 feet apart.
Okay.
Water and
The
sewer.
only question was, so is this staying or going?
They've got it drawn in. We've never required it before. If we get more than 4 lots in here, then we require the fire truck. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move. Let's go. Give me the mouse.
Okay. So you're on Turkey Trot Estates, Phase 1, Lot 22 amendment. This one you got property owner Marla Greenall subdividing this piece to where she's taking the one parcel into 3. Similar, pay the fees. We did have the road department go out and look at it. There was concern about a telephone pedestal, but that has been since mitigated. Similar maintenance agreement on the private road. They need a letter of intent on here, what they intend to do with this subdivision. What's that final use going to be? Same language on here. The letter from the Special Service District. This one is fairly flat on the topo, so there wasn't really a big concern with this one. She's just subdividing this piece for her kids. So there wasn't a lot.
Nope.
They're going to keep the existing house there, and this is the driveway that already comes in to the house. And this is Lloyd, what you had mentioned, 7.5 both sides.
Yep. And that's pretty standard within
Yes,
a
I
subdivision.
Any concerns with this one? This is pretty straightforward.
San Juan Estates.
Okay, lot 2. This one here amended into 4 separate parcels. We went through the same process and just listed the items that they needed on here. This one is another concern with the drainage. Other than that, it's kind of the same ones that we talked about. He has provided so on this you have a slope from the cul-de-sac slopes down into lot 2D and 2A. On here they're going to take so that they'll remove this home on here in the middle and then place a retaining wall on the east or the western portion of the property, level that out on there again. I think they've already removed the language for the road on here, so we've been working with them. And then I think you do have the developer. So you do have Taylor Manning
Yep.
online as well if you have any questions.
Yep, we're here. And Mac, there is that updated one. I don't know if you have it, but it has all the language for the maintenance of the road and then the overnight stuff, which will get updated on in the future. And then it has a more official line for the retaining wall and stuff like that. But it has all the other language that you sent us. I think you guys all had talked about it and you sent me a list, and I think everything on it is checked off.
Perfect. We'll capture that on the final.
Okay, sweet.
Any concerns that you can see on here other than the ones we pointed out?
No, and I'm thinking about this lot, that drainage across that west side.
Yeah.
That was a deadhead wash. When they put McElhaney in, they actually stopped that wash that used to go through there.
It did. You just don't want this. So this is a higher elevation up here along the that curb, and so we don't. You're not supposed to drain your stormwater onto another property, which is these lower ones. So they're going to retain it on this western side, and then level the properties.
And then just cut and fill.
Yep.
And well cord over.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cedar Springs.
Okay, on to the next one. Cedar Springs.
Yeah, that's it.
Got the
That's it.
request from James Heinrichs on behalf of Scott and Tiffany Giddings. They're wanting to take their property on here and the subdivide. I can't remember. I didn't have how many lots they're switching it up to, but similar process we've gone through. This one here, they provided the topo, which is one of the requirements. And so they've been pretty good to work with to address kind of all of these issues. In here, let me get to it if it'll let me. So they provided pretty much everything that we've asked for already on here. You can kind of see on the topo, this is a wash that comes through these new two, so lot 3 and lot 4, which are kind of a concern. Similar, we would get a civil engineer to work with them, take a look at this, see what we can do and how to make sure these lots are developable.
The lots are huge.
Yeah, one's
I mean,
8.4, the other one's 3.9.
Yeah, I don't see why it would.
I'd be more concerned with quarter acre
Yeah.
lots, but
Yeah,
on a
okay.
larger scale like this, where the existing wash runs through them,
Mhm.
knowing lot 4 would be, I'm guessing, no, lot 3 starts filling it in, that floods back on lot 4. There's an issue.
I think that and the slope.
Mm-hmm.
So the slope, whenever your contour lines get closer, the steepness increases. And so you've just got, where can you put the house on here or the home?
Do they have language on the private road yet, or what are they doing there?
So this would be the same, or they've got any of the roads that come in to the property's private road. So this crosscut lane, 30 foot wide through here, we'll have to have that maintenance agreement. They've got the turnaround down here at the end.
Matt, do people ever put a footprint of where they plan the house? On,
Not
on
at
these?
the subdivision stage, and so
Okay.
No, and you look at places like I've built in Park City and places like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we built like this. I mean, there's, and that's all going to be based on your building department. Your building department is supposed to be, when they look at something, they're supposed to say, okay, I want to see an engineer on this. I want to, if you're going to be standing that thing up like that, I want to see an engineer's stamp on this, which will come with all the civil and everything else. So
Okay.
I think when we're looking at a
It's
lot
like-
that's
this
almost
is
8.5
canyon cedar
acres,
trees.
there's
So
some
it's kinda
usable
clear
land on it.
grain.
I mean, it
Right.
doesn't take much to make usable.
Some of this is
So
cleared and then some of
I
it
think
just
it's all going to fall on
wash
your building
canyon.
department. So
Okay.
your building department should, I mean, when you send in your plans, like even if you hand draw them, you're an owner builder, you hand draw them, you are supposed to put the location of your home when you send them in.
Yeah.
and which is showing your utilities where they're coming in. I mean, it's actually a state law. It's supposed to sewer, water, everything, power. You're supposed to have kind of a map of everything that's coming in, and you can hand draw it all. But it specifically goes back on your building department to make sure that you are building it right in a safe place. And so that, you know, if your building official says, this is questionable to me, I
Right here?
I need a
Just a
civil engineer.
little more,
So,
just so I can see.
Okay.
yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
So one of the things that, just to highlight a cautionary for me in my head, is one of the subdivisions was appealed, and it was just going through the subdivision process that we didn't discuss and try to mitigate some of the hazards at that level. And so we point that out to try to throw, you know, just to have that in the record, that there was some discussion regarding the creek and the slope and
How buildable
all that,
it was.
buildable
Yeah.
lots,
Right. Mhm.
all within this process, so that it's pretty clear, you know, that we did think it through.
Right.
And so,
Not rubber stamping.
correct. Yep. And then James is, like he mentioned in public comment, that he is here representing the owners as well, if there's any questions for him.
I think it looks great.
Is that what you're looking for, Cody? You okay on everything?
Yeah.
This was the original that was turned in. This was the revised after they took the comments from our email.
Turning lane and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
50-foot turning radius.
I don't know. I would just find a lot of concern in these private road maintenance agreements, what they, you know, what they really state. You know what I mean? That shared cost, you know.
That's up to them. Yeah.
I just.
Yep.
What is acceptable? Because really,
Yeah.
you know, it needs to be fairly defined.
It does. It's not, and that's the problem, is it's not
You know, it's just kinda
defined.
like, oh well, it needs, you know, a maintenance agreement.
Yes.
Well, okay, that you,
I have a small little paragraph on one, and I'm like, really? You want us just to record that piece?
because I just
They,
look at it, you know, buying a lot. You know, I know this is a Giddings family,
Yep.
but people move and come and go.
They do. Yep.
So
50
hey,
years from now.
I'm gonna buy that lot from, you know, one of them, and like, okay, it just says shared maintenance. Shared
Yes.
maintenance from where?
Yep.
And am I allowed to hire that maintenance? Am I allowed to do that maintenance?
I'm there with you 100%. It's just
I don't
nothing.
have a problem with the private road. I
Yeah.
just it needs
Yeah.
a detailed maintenance.
Yep.
And
The
I think-
devils are in
I
the
think Mac's
details that
right
we
on
find.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, it's just like anything else. When you buy a piece of property,
You would think.
You're-
I know what you're gonna say. You would think.
Do your homework.
nowadays you have to. You've got deed restrictions. You've got HOAs. You've got covenants on almost everything you buy now. So when you buy a piece of property, you should be looking at, you know, your title company should be telling you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when we did a title search, this comes up with the title that you are responsible for 1/8 of this road, and that's out of pocket.
That's the call. Yep.
And that's, I mean, that's part of doing your
Or
due
you form an
diligence as-
HOA and do HOA dues so that it can pay for the maintenance of the road.
Yep.
But you establish that through that maintenance agreement.
It's no different than a well agreement. When you live on a subdivision that has shared wells, the state of Utah actually has this is what you have to do.
Mhm.
You have to have $1,500 sitting in a savings account in case the well goes down. You have to have, you know, and they've got a list, and that this is your well agreement and that's shared. It's no different than what we're doing here. That well agreement is with the state of Utah. This road agreement will be recorded
With
your
the
plat
parcels.
county.
Yep.
I guess I'm just saying. I think we can help them out here.
I agree. Yep. And I provided, whenever they ask, well, what's that? Like, there's a lot of examples that are out there with cities that have a prescriptive maintenance agreement that has to be recorded. It just states in our subdivision ordinance that you have to have one, but
So
it doesn't give them, it needs to have this and this and this. I wish it did. That would have helped. But
So let's make one.
Oh, we can.
That's my thing. I would kind of
Yes,
like
I
you know, how
think-
we have our standard
Yep.
conditions. You know, have
I
our
agree.
Standard.
You're doing
One-
a private road. This is
like,
what it
Kind of
has
with
to
that
have.
same
You know,
sense. So I think some of that for us, as we look at the road standard in general, we're going to apply that road standard to even private drives that, there's no longer just blading sand.
Right.
We're going to have a requirement that you've got to have ABS, or we'll go through, and that'll on private roads and
I
public
don't
roads,
even-
all of it will be there.
I don't even care so much on the construction, because if I buy it, I've been there. Hopefully,
Mhm.
you know. But it's just what am I
Getting yourself into.
Yeah, required. You know what? Just like.
Yep.
Like, what can I do?
I'm there.
What costs are going to be placed upon me? You know what I mean? Just that.
Yeah.
More.
So, and I kind of like the way Mac's leaning with this, with that, if you're doing a private road, as the developer, you're the one making the money.
Yep.
So we want to see this standard, whether it be 3 inches of 3-inch borrow or 4 inches of 3-inch borrow with 2 inches of 1-inch commercial road base over the top. And that's what's put in. That is what is to be maintained
Mhm.
by
These
rest
new
of the
owners, yeah.
homeowners as it comes in. But you set as the developer, you set the road, and then from there on out, it's up to the sharers.
Yes.
So if you sell one lot out of 8, you're still going to be paying for 7 of it until you. So you're gonna take care of that road.
Yeah. Yep.
Or suggestions like on size, like okay, your 30 feet is never going to. This community will never transition to a county maintained
Road.
road.
Mhm.
You know, just be aware.
Correct.
You know now that
Yep.
that is never going to happen at 30
Yep.
feet. If you'd like to maintain that in your agreement, that's 30 feet, and this is our maintenance rate. So be it. But these.
This will never be county road.
Yeah,
Yep.
it will never meet the standard. So,
Correct.
and just meeting the standard, we have found out, does not mean
No,
it will be accepted.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's 60 foot wide.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go.
Nope, that's fine.
I'm so sorry. We'll
Yeah,
move on.
You did that, buddy.
Any
did
questions
that.
for James? Are you guys okay to move on?
Yep.
Okay, we're moving on.
Thank you.
Thanks, James, for being here. All right, Spanish Valley Telecommunications Tower discussion.
I think they should do it. They should have
Amen.
it. I'm all for it.
Whose property is it on?
So
It is
let me get down
right
to
next to Love's.
My phone works a little bit.
The non-existent one.
potential location for.
It's
Love's.
right behind U-Haul and right to the north of Love's.
I looked at but is
Can it look like a
who's-
fir
who's
tree?
the owner?
Can we get one of those?
We talked about that.
Off of Sunny Acres. I think you're 3 parcels in from the highway.
Maybe like
Yeah.
the cactuses.
It's
in
actually it's the
in-
back end of the second parcel.
Arizona. What
So
are
it's a
those
private
called?
owner.
Mhm.
I've seen pine trees. They have cactuses.
Yeah.
Which so about when was Pack Creek Fire? 2 years ago?
No, just a year.
2 years ago. So shortly following that, my fire department brought it to the attention that they had terrible radio, so on and so forth, no correspondence in that of Pat Creek, blah blah blah. So it was proposed to Grand County to put one at the equestrian center.
And what do you think they?
And the county attorney at the time shut it down before it even went to process because it did not meet their lighting ordinance. So because of a lighting ordinance, the safety factor went out the window again. We have 0 phone reception out by LeGrand.
Correct.
0.
Yep. We've received a lot of complaints from citizens in the area that, especially on weekends, is they get a bunch of people coming in that they hardly have any. And then, so when we looked at this, obviously the FAA has come out and says, you've got to allow for them. And you can restrict, heights and size and colors and things like that as a planning commission, but you cannot exclude this. And so we look at it as an essential service for the county and a utility that's in there, which is allowed within this
100%.
zone. It's interesting when you look at our overall Spanish Valley, the only indication of towers is in the SVR district in a residential. I'm like, man, I wouldn't want it in the residential, and that's the only indication that it's allowed in Spanish Valley, but because of the FAA guidelines and similar with the state of Utah's, it's like, yeah, we cannot prohibit these. They're an essential service.
We'll take the money instead of Grand County. Let's do it.
I make a motion to approve if we can.
Whoa,
A lot of it. So some of them.
What color do you want to paint it?
Obviously, you're 125, and that's So they can they've provided the images. I like this more of a neutral tone type thing. We didn't want a ponderosa pine, but one of the things that I would recommend, and just looking at, is adding a light to this. You heard some of the discussions earlier with the helicopter flights, BLM or whoever in the area. I would hate to not have this lit. You can still shield it underneath, so you still have this dark sky initiative, but for safety.
So I will tell you, out right next to Nelson's Pit, right now, there's a tower
correct.
with a red light on it.
Yes.
I've noticed it twice. I've lived out there my entire life.
Yeah.
I mean, I notice it when I drive by it or something, but I mean, just living down the road from it, you don't look out and
Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah. And like you mentioned, this is just right adjacent to that Love's proposed site along the backside. And so we'd kind of treat it like a utility easement in here. They will have small little outbuilding, which is typical for the cell phone towers, that houses the components and equipment.
Better
But
internet for all the trucks parked there.
100%.
And all the prostitution.
Get some 5G.
We're just teasing, man. I'm sorry.
That's a history and a conversation there.
I'm never gonna live this down.
At this point, I don't
Evidently.
even care.
How tall is this gonna be?
125 feet.
Oh, yeah, I have lots of
125
comments about this one.
Let's hear it.
Okay, so first off, it's 10 stories, if you think
Right.
about 125
125
feet.
feet.
And when you drive 191 and you come down that hill, and you're going to see this 10-story tower in beautiful Moab Valley.
The truck stop will be blocking it.
Yeah,
Well,
the lights coming up the truck stop.
The truck stop is not going to be 10 stories.
So
Then, well, no, let me finish. So then the next thing is it's less than 2 miles away from a ridge that is 1,700 feet higher than it. So it's not going to have great coverage. And then I know when I lived in Santa Fe, the county, without, I don't know how it happened, they put in a big tower right on, I think, the interstate as you drop into Santa Fe, and everybody was just appalled because it came out of nowhere. So this is the kind of thing I think you open up for public comment. How do people feel about having a 10-story high tower be the first thing you see driving into, Spanish Valley and Moab?
I can promise you there would be 10 people here that would oppose it, that watch the agenda every time it goes around.
Well, I
So the reason for the height, and I did bring up that with the proposals, is, a lot of times you typically will see like a 35 feet in communities because of this area there, and even the approach of, well, let's set it up on the mountain instead where all the other towers are. However, the broadcast range is an issue here, and so 125 feet will broadcast out further. 35 won't get you very far, and so because of that, that's why they're up so high, to make sure that they catch that whole entire valley floor instead of being up on top that will not broadcast down.
Why does it have to be right next to the highway? Why
does
can't
it really
it be
look
further
like this?
over?
So it could have been further over. This was the property that it had selected. Like I said, it was in the residential piece, already kind of mentioned in the height. But to me, it makes more sense to be along the highway, easy accessible, right there along that street. No matter what, you're going to see it.
Mac, does it look like that? Is that an actual? Because I have one about 3 blocks. The Blanding finally got one. It's been the greatest thing we ever did. Love it to death. I follow the red light home every night. Doesn't bother me, but I live in Blanding. So, but it doesn't look like that. It's
Correct.
kind of, you know, it's like a skeleton kind of a tower.
Is it a
Yeah, it's, well, you
tripod
know, it's
tower?
like bigger. It's not a big pole looking thing.
So these
That
are the
makes sense.
images that were provided, and the owner and operator is here online as well. If we have questions for her, she could answer those. If there's other towers that are available, obviously this one here, to me, just in some of the conversations, I'm like, what happens if that falls over? You know, high winds or whatever. These poles like this are designed to kind of self-collapse internal or within its parameter. They're not going to tip over on the residential house or Love's truck stop and fuel pumps that'll go in. But these were the ones that they're proposing to be used. And it was more, well, what color type thing, unless the planning commission wants to advise them in a different, cleaner looking tower.
I like it.
You're okay with the tower?
Yeah.
We just want
I-
service.
Can
I
they
mean-
make
Did
it-
you have any other? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ann.
What was the thing they found out in Canyonlands that one year? That odd object.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
The-
that metal thing.
The
Yeah.
monolith.
Oh,
yeah, the
yeah.
monolith.
So the monolith.
Monolith.
There you go. Make it look like that. That'd be like an attraction. Come and look at the
Exactly.
monolith cell tower while you're on TikTok.
So this will come back to you for the planning commission for the approval of this. We just wanted to, one, get it noticed on the agenda so the public could see it. So if they had any issues, they could come out.
And they've met with the property owner and have a tentative
Correct.
agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
If that don't work out, I got some property.
Yeah, that's a couple other people are like,
Talk
hey, if
about a
not
cash
there, they
cow.
can
I'd
come
love
here.
one.
That thing, so.
No, my thing is we heard this. Oh, we were out at the golf course. We had a public hearing at the golf course during this ordinance. Do you remember this?
Mm-hmm.
And I cannot remember who stood up and said this, but they stood up and said, it does not affect you guys like it does us because we have to drive through there to get home. And I just about died. It kind of your same what you just said. Not, and I'm not being rude.
Oh no,
You know, we
no
live
offense.
there, have lived there our entire lives. We need the services that's coming to us. And I could really care less about anybody that has to drive through there and see it. I mean, I am not trying to be rude because it's essential to us. I don't know where you live. If your phone service is great, we run a couple businesses out there. And if we don't have Wi-Fi on, we don't get phone calls. We don't even have Emory out there. And Frontier, we're at the end of the line, so that doesn't work. So we're using either Starlink or Radio Shack or. So, I mean, to us, it's a very essential thing for us on that end of the valley. And yeah, I mean, it's not a great thing to look at, but it's part of our future right now. I mean, everybody has a cell phone. There's probably not one person in this room that doesn't have a cell phone. And the reason we have it is because technology's made us who we are today. And without this, we don't have what we need to have to live our everyday to-day lives and run our businesses. So the fact that the lady from Pat Creek at the time said that it affects her more than us because we live in it, because she has to drive through it and look at it when she drives
See it.
home. And that really bugged me. And nothing against you at all.
No, but you know, you think about how Moab is now a tourist destination and Spanish Valley is getting the spillover.
Yep.
You know, is there a better way to do this?
And that's the
You
thing
know,
is
and is there a better way?
we still have to have the technology. We still have to. It's kind of like I don't know where we're going with the whole helicopter thing. We still need the safety. We still need our cops. I mean, fund the blue. I mean, and so on and so forth. We need to make sure that we have everything that we need to be a community as we're planning our community. So having the ability to have the communications that we need, especially for emergencies. I mean, that's number one. Not only our day-to-day lives plus our businesses, but emergencies. I mean, when you get out there just past the Grand, or I mean, Kins Lake, I think you can get a little better reception. But as soon as you turn that next corner heading towards Pat Creek, there's nothing. And I mean, nowadays it's kind of important that we have the emergency response and being able to call somebody. You know, if it wasn't for OnStar, we wouldn't catch a lot of the wrecks because it's a satellite based. So, and it's an automated call. So,
Who's the company? Who's the company that's?
She's online right now. She just asked, "Hey, can I answer some of the questions?" And so, go ahead. I'm glad you're able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mac and members of the commission. I'm Tierney Rao with Infra Towers LLC. I can answer some of the questions, especially that one that was asked about height. So we went back and forth on height for quite some time. In fact, we've been working on this site since 2017. Many of you are aware of kind of what transpired with Grand County. And we actually originally started this site down in San Juan County, and then it was moved from San Juan County to Grand County. And then, of course, now we're moving back to San Juan County because we're trying to get coverage in this area. It's very necessary, and as noted by others, has the public's been clamoring for a site here for a long time. But the reason for the height is because we are working with the other sites in the area, so we need to have the height for the optimal interaction with those sites in terms of the RF engineering design. And then also B, we are designing the tower so that it can be co-locatable by multiple tenants. So this is not just a single tenant tower. The anchor tenant proposed for this tower is Verizon Wireless, but we intend to have additional carriers on this site, such as T-Mobile, AT&T, and Dish. So we actually did an engineering study when we went through the Grand County process that really nailed down the need for this site, and it was done by a third party and actually vetted by Grand County and approved, that shows the need for the site at this height. I believe it's the 125. It was originally proposed at the 130 in Grand County, but when Mac and I have been speaking, we had been talking about the 125. So that's where the height comes in. It's for propagation of the signal and also for co-location of additional tenants. And then the reason that I propose that oxidized finish is because, and that's a monopole that I've proposed in the photos. There are other tower types, there are self-support types that are like 3-sided steel structures. There are, of course, monopines and monopalms and eucalyptus trees, but we didn't feel that would be congruous with the environment down there. I felt that the oxidized finish was,
It'd be an awful joke.
yeah.
Prove a tree.
I thought the oxidized finish was more congruous with the transmission lines that are on the other side of the highway. So
I have
that's just
one question
in
for
response to
you.
your questions.
So we have a water tank that belongs to the service district that is, it would be southeast from that location, towards the east rim. Is that out of question for location? And the reason I bring that up is because we have to maintain the road up to it anyway. And it's kind of out of sight, out of mind.
For now, we're trying to stay as far north as possible just for optimal interaction with the sites to the north that are already built.
Gotcha. And you're referring to the one up on Sand Flats?
And then there's the other two as well that are about, I think it's 3.5 miles north. There's 2 towers right next to each other off of the highway just a bit. They're just east of the highway.
Okay.
Those 2 as well. But once we get the backbone infrastructure in, then potentially they could start filling in areas dependent on need in the future. And then that's when a site to the southeast may become relevant.
Gotcha.
How tall are those other towers?
I would have to go back and look at the study. I don't know if it's, I think I want to say 80 feet, but I would have to go back and look and confirm.
How are these attached to the ground?
A lot of concrete.
Yes, so they are, it depends on the soil type, and which is something that we go through in terms of our due diligence process. We do a geotech study. And then the foundation is designed based on the soil bearing capacity, but it's typically a pad and pier foundation. So it's essentially a big concrete square of about 25 to 25 feet. That's about 8 feet below ground.
Have you ever worked in Spanish Valley?
115
Yes,
mile an hour wind load.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean,
Yes.
I know Max said they're supposed to not implode, but not.
Yes. So I actually am from Utah, but, and live in Utah. But I've designed sites everywhere from Alaska to the USVI where it's actually a hurricane prone region. So we design these for all different types of wind speeds and topo categories and exposure categories. And it's all done based on the region. And as Mac mentioned, we can also design the tower to have a specific break point. So in the event of a catastrophic failure, which is essentially none, there's really like a factor that's so small of a catastrophic failure for a tower, but sometimes jurisdictions will have us design the tower with a break point so that in the event of a catastrophic failure, it bends at a certain point rather than an overturn.
Oh, bends. Huh.
So essentially it would fold over on itself, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So do we want that added to this design?
I don't think so. I think we're like their lowest rating.
Okay.
I mean, even at the 115 mile an hour wind load, we're probably one of their lowest rating. We have no seismic. We have, nothing to go along with it.
I mean, I don't live there, but I think it's kind of a good location. You know, like I've seen some pictures, I saw some videos on TikTok from that rim rock, overnight. You had the cliff in the background,
Right.
but then I also think, like if you had it up by the water tower, you see the water tower, but if you had another,
That's true.
I mean, you got the mountain picture with the finger.
No, you're
in it,
absolutely
and-
right, because 99%
Like, I
of the
just don't-
photos are taken from
Yeah, not that matters,
To the
but
east
maybe
of that.
it does. I mean,
Yeah.
like I don't really think it's in a photo location there.
No, you're absolutely correct. Because 99% of the pictures that are taken are from that point to the east, back towards the mountains and the red rocks. So
Okay.
Okay, like I said, I'll
great.
bring this back to you for final approval. Just wanted to get your first glance. Kind of make sure the public was aware of it on our agenda so that they know it's coming. This is one of 3 that we're currently in discussions with throughout the county.
You mean
So,
there'll be other monopoles in other parts of the county?
If she's still listening, if they need another one south of Blanding, 'cause the
oh,
coverage is
so
horrible.
I'm in discussions with one kind of close
If
to
I got
Devil's
free
Canyon.
AT&T for life, I'd give you a piece to put it on.
So right around Devil's Canyon area, as you drop down recapture,
Yep.
there's a tower that's being looked at there, and then also Mexican Hat, kind of that would take care of the south.
That
So
one by
different
recapture's
companies.
neat.
I could have called in last meeting.
You
if
could have
that
called in
tower-
last meeting. So all
We
we're
would have had
doing-
a quorum.
I
We
could
would have had a
is-
tower.
I could have called in from Hall's Crossing, but
Yeah.
They're like, I have a place there on my farm, but no service.
Yeah. Any other questions or?
No.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Now we are. My thing is messed up, but let me get to our agenda.
it's San Juan County subdivision overnight short-term rental
Okay.
changes discussion.
Mitch said he was going to sign online. He isn't here.
I knew he would.
Let me pull that.
He's
So,
at dinner.
kind of going back to the subdivision. Let me capture my mouse. I'll pull this over so that everybody can see. Maybe.
That's why I had to
Find it.
before I came, because I knew how this night was going.
Might be over here. Might have closed down as well. Okay. So hopefully online they're looking at the same thing we're looking at. Window. Okay, I'll just touch on, we'll probably table the discussion on the overnight rental for a minute as we work through some things. But with the subdivision approval, in most of our application processes, there's a checkbox system that they've got to go through, and you kind of seen as we went through preliminary plat tonight that as I followed that ordinance, a lot of times the applicants they don't go through the ordinance like we do and apply the measures. This approval process will go through each step that they're required. We wouldn't move on to the next. Obviously, we've been processing some of these. Some of them haven't even paid yet. And so to try to help mitigate and push these along, we've set up this checkbox system. There's some still work that needs to be done on this. Like, we don't have a county engineer, like I mentioned earlier. We don't have a public works department. So we'll go through and fine tune it, but this will give you as planning commissioner, hopefully to me, I don't know why we have the preliminary subdivision plat approval process through you. As we get staff's comments and that, we try to work out all these issues before we bring it to the planning commission. I wouldn't do this to the commissioners, the board of commissioners. I wouldn't take them through a preliminary process. Everything there is more of legislative items. And so this will kind of give us an outline of what to do.
I don't
what
think it's bad though.
individual property owners need to do. Check the box, go through the process. What was that?
I don't think it's a bad thing.
Okay, you don't.
I mean, does that make? You know what I mean? I think a lot of times it probably speeds up the process for them.
Actually, I disagree. The way we used to do it, when the planning and zoning administrator would go through everything, and bring it to us, we would make a decision that day on it.
For a final.
Yeah, for a final.
Yep.
Then they started bringing it in for preliminary. We couldn't vote on it. We just got to look at it, make comments.
Yeah.
But that's kind of your administrator's job, is to make sure they go through all the steps of meeting the criteria of what it needs to be before they bring it to the planning.
You approved the ordinance, and we've got to match the ordinance. And
Yeah.
So that's all I did, is I literally went step by step through the ordinance. And that was one of the things, if you remember, that caught Balance Rock. When they came back in, I'm like, hey, you haven't done this and this and this. They're like, well, nobody told us. Well, and this will kind of give this prescriptive process they need to check off all these boxes. If they don't have it, you're not ready for final, and we don't take it to planning commission. And so hopefully that'll kind of clear things up and reduce some ambiguity. It'll make sure that all of our final plats are in conformance with one another, and that we don't delay the developers. And I think Utah Code and the state legislature are really big on speeding up the planning process and the entitlement process, that they shouldn't be stuck in this planning loop for years, because for them, that's money. Half the state legislature are developers. And
I was going to say.
So they're wanting to speed up their process, but I mean, Sandy City, to get through their planning, it's a year.
Right.
And developers, they don't have that time. And so they need to go. They need to even a homeowner, they need to get things moving. And so to be stuck in these processes,
yeah, it used to be nice. I could have Brad or Lucas whip something up.
Yeah.
Scott or Walter would go through it. Everything looks great. On the next,
you're on to the final.
Yep.
And you get the final approved.
And then all of a
before the
sudden it
commission.
was, okay, you got to come in and present it today, come back next month, present it one more time.
Yeah,
So
so Balance Rock,
I'm
they
not
were in
saying I
here
like
6
that
times.
either. I'm just saying that we kind of are at a place in the county where if we can help. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? Like,
right. And I think the process
mean-
we've been doing has been delaying me a month
yeah,
every time
no,
we
I
meet.
agree with that. I just.
So this is just kind of gives an outline to those individuals wanting to subdivide their property. We had run this through the commission. They were fine with kind of having these steps kind of spelled out for individual property owners that want to subdivide. And so take a look through these. I'm not looking for an approval tonight. This is more discussionary. For me, it's more of an administrative function more than anything.
Can you go down to the bottom again?
Is that what you're wanting to look at?
Yeah, because I've always wondered when in the approval process we'll approve a final plat and with some changes.
And then
how do you
staff,
know it's ever actually
staff,
done?
we work on that.
They make sure the changes are made before it's
They
presented
record
to the
it.
commission.
Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Even before it, they submit a Mylar, which is that translucent sheet to us that has all the signature blocks on it. Before that even goes for signatures, we make sure they make those changes.
Yep.
Any other
I
questions?
think it'll simplify.
Simplifies it.
Mm-hmm.
Is this something we're going to have to vote on, or
No,
this is just going to be
this
the
was just
process?
kind of a discussion if there was anything else you wanted us to add, or one of the things that we're having a problem with, and I'll have to fix it in the ordinance itself, is they have an agent affidavit or an owner affidavit that as they apply for the subdivision to subdivide, they tell us that they're the owner. Well, we've had properties that their final plat's all ready to record. They go downstairs to record, and they're not an owner.
They're just an agent.
A co-owner in a trust, and they're coming in, but they don't have all of the approvals from all of the members in a trust. And so one of the things that we'd like to add on here is the requirement that they obtain a title report so that we know for sure that they are the actual owner of that property and can make the subdivision, because we've gone through approved subdivisions and literally the last step to record, and they're like, hey, you're like, you're not even an owner of this. This is in this family trust, and the executive of the state is this person who's passed away years ago, and now it falls down to all of those that were within the trust as co-owner, not owner. And so we've run into a couple of those that have been issues for us downstairs.
Oh yeah, like when you put something in an LLC and then you try to subdivide it, and you have to come down and prove to Cindy that you are the owner of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and so I think the title report right up front will show the county that, hey, these individuals are the actual owner, instead of an owner affidavit that's signed by a notary of the public, but really no title in hand. And so that's probably the only thing that we'd have to change regarding our subdivision ordinance.
And is this for minor?
The minor major, that we've got to work on that one too.
Okay, 'cause this is
That one's
well, so
another issue.
We're talking about music
Oh,
or
yeah.
subdivision.
This applies to both. Okay.
This would apply. Well, right now, all across the board, both are in the same thing, and it doesn't give an exception out to these majors. It applies all to the same, but we've been
Well, then we have a lot fewer major.
doing it different. Correct.
And does this also cover the road issue, or is this where?
The maintenance agreement,
Maintenance
correct.
agreement.
It's already in there.
Is it on here?
It's
Okay.
Yes.
I
Yep.
might have missed it.
Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Down at the bottom, it
Down at the
mentioned
bottom,
it
yeah.
on here.
It's the final plat,
The performance bond.
maintenance agreements.
Right here.
Oh, there. Okay. I see.
Or maintenance agreement.
Okay. Should
Like, I
should it be
guess-
road maintenance agreements? Or I guess that's implied.
Yeah.
It's assumed.
But there could be CCNRs, like it didn't have to be road, you could be all.
It could be
on a
CCNRs,
county road,
absolutely,
you
yeah.
know,
Your
and so-
CCNRs can cover your maintenance.
And so,
agreement, too.
Yeah.
or an HOA.
Because they're all recorded.
They are all recorded.
Well, that seems like an improvement.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. All right. Just a similar, going through the steps, making sure they have everything in here, speaking to the special service district. So everything that I went over tonight is pretty much in this checklist. This is kind of common. As I looked at other counties for examples, other counties have a similar checklist for the public, so they can go through these. As you go through here, just let me know kind of in the future if there's anything on here that you think we need to add other than those changes that I've mentioned.
Will you be sending this?
It was in your, well,
No.
it wasn't in your packet. I'll
I
send
guess
these
it's
to you.
part of the packet.
Yep.
And is it possible to sort of like tentatively approve this and give it 6 months and see what comes up?
You could, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like I mentioned, this is already in the ordinances. We're just trying to
Yeah, but
make it a little bit more
Streamline
clear.
it.
streamline, but
As I've jumped in this lane, I'm like, hey, you haven't gone through this. I'm like, well, where does it say that? So you've seen in those approvals earlier, I went, and I referenced, this is paragraph, 9. This is paragraph 10. You need this on paragraph 11. And so I've taken them through this. This is just hopefully a little bit more self-explanatory than diving through the ordinance itself.
it's a good idea.
And then we don't really have to touch on the street design. Like I said, we're going to be working on kind of creating a standard across the board for our roads. Kind of trying to get out of, this last winter, we had a lot of the public were calling us, hey, you need to come out and, remove the snow off of our road. And we're like, it's not a county road. They're like, what? Why isn't this a county road? And so we just need to be better, but yet have this standard in place so that if they're out in Eastland or wherever that they're developing, that it's just not the regular red dirt or clay road, that it's got a surface on it that's passable in the wintertime.
Hey, county hasn't been pushing my road either.
So whatever.
I'm gonna have to shovel my own driveway up there.
But I'll send these to you for just review, so that you can kind of see where some of these are heading to. And so kind of just clarify the process and make sure that it has the checks and balances right up front. Okay, with that being said,
You almost wrote a whole new ordinance.
a process, yeah. It is a lot of copy and paste. Let's see, and like I mentioned on the overnight rentals, we'll get into a bigger discussion with that here pretty soon. Okay, back to where we were. Let me pull up.
Oh, goody.
Sylvia is still here too. We've lost a lot of our crowd.
That's rude.
No, they're eating dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's rude.
There she's the only one left online. All right. So down here, we're now into the Merriam Court. So let me flash to that real fast. So this one here is strictly just an application, let's see, I need you to make a motion to go into public hearing for this, and I will explain why we're here.
A motion to move into a public hearing.
A second.
Okay, I got a motion and a second to go into a public hearing for the Spanish Valley overnight accommodation overlay. Yeah.
We just
All
need
those
to,
in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
okay. On here, this was in your packet last time. We pushed it to a public hearing because it is a zoning change process. Basically, you're applying the overnight accommodations overlay to this property within this zone. It is zoned highway commercial. Over there, they're looking at it's 1.01 acres. We've provided a kind of a site plan on here. They've provided a lot of the information for the whole entire process. Let me see if I've got a smaller map on here. Okay, here's Miriam Court in Spanish Valley, which allows, like we had mentioned earlier, as Lloyd thankfully had gone through which zones allow for that. This is one of those that allows for overnight rentals through this overlay process. You can kind of see their property here. They're asking you tonight to approve that overlay to be placed on their property, the entire property. And then during the process, we can get into how many units, things like that later on. But tonight is a really public hearing to apply that overlay district to this property.
Okay.
The owners are here as well. If you have any questions for them or comments, they are
And
here
this
to.
is just the first step. So
This is the first step.
Pretty well showing us where it's going to be.
Correct.
We're right south of the business park.
Yep.
Shine their lights into our bedrooms at night.
Now,
I have a question, and it's just sort of related to this. I looked up fun stays is overnight accommodations and tiny houses, but it's not doesn't have an overlay little thing on the map.
It's yeah.
Oh, it's grandfathered.
It's a non-conforming use, which is a lot of ours are.
Okay.
That all got changed after
Interesting.
we all
Okay.
bought, but
Okay. It just seemed like if fun stays could be there, why can't
Yeah.
they be there?
well, just so you know,
Exactly.
Fun Stays, when it came here, it was originally approved for 6 private spots for 6 people that owned it.
Uh-huh.
Then they sold it, turned it into a camp park, and
Now it has
it's
tiny
illegal.
homes.
It's illegal.
Oh, yeah.
From day one.
Most permits weren't pulled.
Not one.
Well, not to go off topic, but it was just like,
Every time
why
I
are we
drive
doing
past that, I get irritated.
hence the hiring of the enforcement officer. So these are, I mean, the Cooks are doing it right. They're coming before you, asking for this to be applied to their property. They are under construction. The existing home there under construction in the basement to allow for an overnight rental in their home, and so this kind of helps them complete that. Actually, you have it as an overnight rental, and then they will work in the future to bring on additional units
Yeah, so we would
as they
only.
can.
So we don't have a turn lane off the highway. So UDOT stipulation is there can only be 7 units in our subdivision, and right now there's 5. So they've told us we could add 2 more. I mean, we're not going to do huge things, but 2 more units on that property to still meet that 7.
So my question is, so you get the overlay and but right now you don't have to do a traffic study, right?
No, they said we don't need a traffic study as long as it stays under 7.
But then your neighbor next door decides they want the overlay too. At
They
what
should have
point-
did it first.
But yeah, at what point does it trigger a highway study, and who has to pay for it at that point?
Well, some of our concerns too is like school districts, school buses. It's kind of when they put the business park in, it made
It's
turn lane
scary.
dangerous because it's wide enough where everyone passes you, but it's not. So like, they're like, oh, you can pay $500,000 to make it a turning lane for your home, but it's like really we have kids in the neighborhood, we have our kids. It's not really safe at all. It should have been extended, and then it's like, well, you can get fun stays to go in maybe through there so they can make. But it's just I don't know.
Fun Stays has got 11 or 12 units in there, and they are the most dangerous one.
Yeah.
Because nobody knows what they're looking for.
Mm.
They just know the name of it's Fun Stays. So they're gonna.
Well, ours it's scary because when they expanded the road for the business park, it is narrow. We're right after the business park, so it's
You can
narrowing,
see it.
but it's still wide enough to pass. So you get over on the line of the business park,
And everyone's passing
but then the line ends,
Mhm.
and then everyone. So sometimes you're sitting. I feel like that is like. Sometimes you're sitting there waiting for diesels to pass this way, and diesels start passing you this way.
Yep.
And it's like one of these days someone's gonna get killed, but UDOT is like, well, you can pay for that.
Yeah, and the bus pulls
Like, that's a
over.
safety-
It tries
a
to
safety
pull
thing,
over
but-
right there to pick these kids up. It pretty well blocks the road when it pulls over, doesn't it? The bus.
So one of the kids that did summer school and they brought in a bus. It must have been a smaller bus.
Oh,
They would
okay.
turn around the cul-de-sac, but yeah, I did see a bus pull up the other day just right by the mailboxes, and there's it's like dirt right there.
Yep.
And
Mhm.
that's scary too, but that's a UDOT issue, I guess.
Well, so that's mainly my concern is like, how can we remedy to this so it is safe for your guests and or future guests that might, if this becomes a larger overnight accommodation zone.
UDOT should listen to me and make it friggin' 4 lanes like right now.
It
not
is in the 5-year
20
plan right
years.
now.
Or we take
Well,
out some
we're
of
down
the,
to the 3.5 year now.
or we take out some of the business park.
One part of the future in that.
Really, like we just need if they added 2 feet of asphalt and just continued that line, it would be fine.
Very little.
Because
Yeah.
we don't need hardly anything because it's still wide, but that's yeah. And I don't know when I talked to UDOT on the phone, I don't think that they quite understood because I'm like, we don't need to put in a whole turn lane. Like the road is already wide enough where it's at, and they're like, well, you can pay the $500,000. And I'm like, it's not going to take $500,000 to extend a line and add a few feet of asphalt on that side, and maybe, I don't know, I've had people tell me that if you go at it as a safety thing for your kids, it's a residential little loop there, that maybe they would do something about it. Because I don't know that it was a problem before, because when it's more narrow, you can kind of control the traffic behind you with your speed, but where it's wide enough, even if you're in the middle, people still try to pass you. So that's...
Can of paint at night, just get out there and a roller.
I see that line being a little further.
And just like it's there, it's like subpar, but you guys did
It's
it.
there.
So what's your sleeping capacity?
So
Plans for-
we'll have 3 bedrooms downstairs. So 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms.
In the basement?
In the basement, yeah.
And then in the top?
So the top's where we live. There's 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. So the kind of, I guess, to give you the vision of the project. The reason is our mortgage is extremely high. We just bought in June, so we have a crazy interest rate. So we originally thought, let's just subdivide and build houses. And then we were told we couldn't do that because we were in the highway commercial zone. So we had to do a highway commercial use. So we're like, okay, so tire shop, barbershop, restaurant, none of that fits. And then they said, well, you could do nightly rentals. So that's kind of where this idea came in. So initially, we just want to rent out the basement while we're living there. And then down the road, when we have more financing and stuff, we would try to build 1 unit over on the right side and then 1 unit over on the left side. That unit on the left would probably be fairly small because of the setback requirements. But right now, we really just need the basement so that we can know what we're doing, if we're doing nightly rental or overnight rental.
Now, is there really something in our code that prevents them from building?
If there is, we have never applied it.
Everyone tells me I should have just not I should have just done it. But
No,
I want to
no.
go the right way.
I mean,
Yeah,
wouldn't it be
no,
a
that
variance?
is-
What was your question? What was your
Like,
question?
she was saying that they
You can
couldn't
build a
just they couldn't
residence.
subdivide and put residents in there.
This would be the first time that we have denied it, or our building department or planning and zoning has ever denied it. Even after 2019, when your highway district, your commercial district went in, we have allowed residential houses within it.
So let me ask, since you live there,
Mhm.
she could subdivide it just like the picture shows,
Mhm.
and put the tiny
I-
things in and
I-
own them or not own them.
So I understand
Really?
exactly what this ordinance says, and I mean it's black and white. What your permitted uses are. It does not say residential housing in it.
But could you get a variance or
It
something?
says residential units above the first floor of primary uses, owner occupied or long-term lease rental only. It does not say it's.
Well, I mean,
What's-
that's
what's
like
the-
if you're
what would
looking
the
at the
size
letter
be?
of the law, but this is obviously a residential neighborhood, and so there's got to be a way to
And that's why we decided to go the nightly rental route because that conforms more with the residential neighborhood than putting in a tire shop. or
it just
putting in-
adds more of a safety concern to me because of this highway situation.
This was an A1 zone that used to be there. Oh no, this has always been kind of a
It's
commercial
always been
zone.
commercial, which
Inside the 1,000
we've
feet.
always done residential and commercial.
In a commercial.
The ordinance that came in play in 2019, we have never denied it, ever.
Really?
We still build to this day. This would be the first one that we opposed.
Mm,
100%.
To oppose a what?
interesting.
A residential home in a commercial zone.
So they've
Who's-
allowed
who's
him even
opposing
though it wasn't in the ordinance
She's just
to.
saying that
we-
When
she's
I
not.
called
we've always
originally, I was talking
Ooh.
to Scott and Ben, and we were just trying. This was before we bought the house.
No
and we
wonder.
were just trying to figure out options. So like we have a huge acre piece. We need to be able to do something with it. We're both from Moab, and we want to be able to live there, but housing is insane, as I'm sure you all know. So we need something to subsidize that mortgage. So we were just kind of bouncing ideas. I never did talk to Scott. I could never get him on the phone. So me and Ben were just kind of bouncing ideas off. And so he read the ordinance and said, well, this is what this says. As far as this is concerned, you can't just subdivide and build houses there. So that's when we got into like the nightly rental idea. And that's before we bought the property. That's kind of what we had decided. This is the route we're going to take.
And we're treating those overnight rentals as a business. They have to have a business license and go through that.
So it's not a residence, it is a
Correct.
business.
Yep, it's a business.
So basically, we're just. What are we doing tonight? Are we-
So tonight is just literally you're applying the overlay district to that zone,
and
to
you're
that
gonna- You're
property.
going to start in your basement, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, we've already started construction. There were no drains. or
Did you get a
pipes
permit?
or any- Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we have a permit.
So
And you requested you discussed this with Ben about subdividing this and putting homes on it.
Yeah,
And he
back
said
in
no.
like April.
Yeah.
Can you do a PUE?
Ooh, that's about the same process.
Yeah.
It's the same process since the letter of the
Mhm.
ordinance basically says no on highway commercial you can do PUD and go through the same overlay and do residential. Right. It's putting some conditions.
I don't know why.
What would the
I-
lot
Or even
size be?
here.
Or change the.
I mean,
like,
honestly,
with
build
this-
it.
with the
Changes
setbacks,
on-
what kind of lot?
Into
100%
residential.
Overnight rent it.
and I think the reason that we've never denied that is because we were still going off the old commercial zone that we even allowed ag buildings in a commercial zone.
Hmm.
And I think this is wrong, 100%. I mean, Ann's right. This is obviously
Residential.
it's residential in a
Merriam
commercial
Court.
zone, which is fine.
Yep.
I mean, it happens all the time. Residential within a commercial zone. You just can't be that resident that complains about all the commercial stuff around you
Yep.
because you built a residence
Yeah.
in a commercial zone.
Well, that's we got
So-
the business park, and then we've
Yeah.
got RV parks.
You've
and
got
stays,
fun
and
stay. You've
we're
got.
we're surrounded, so I'm like,
I mean,
if our neighbors complain, they can complain about everyone else.
yes, exactly.
well, I'm not
Yeah.
saying going forward we should create more residentials in the highway commercial. I'm not saying that, but since it's already existing, we should be able to work with them to so they can do what they want to do with their land as
Yeah.
a.
So now we've gone the route of nightly rentals because that fits the commercial.
Yeah. And
Right.
yeah.
Fits
Do
the
it before
commercial.
somebody else does 2 units,
I
and
know,
then you can't.
that's-
So go for it.
Well, so what is the future plan of the highway here? Somebody was saying like it's
4 lane.
going to be 4 lanes. So this
Yeah.
issue of safety will go away.
Yeah.
Well, and part of it
Okay.
too, just as a reminder, is we're working with UDOT as well as on a frontage road through this area somewhere, and we really need to start
I'd
getting.
like to know where.
Well,
Stop
that's
right
the
there.
problem. So we're looking at placing a conservation easement through here for that, even though you have some existing developments that are coming online that may be in place of that conservation easement. But you have to remember that zoning and zoning ordinances are really kind of to shape the future as well. So not just today, but it's also to shape the future. So when you look at a highway commercial, that's typically where commercial is at, along a highway. You really don't, in a planning module, you really don't want a bunch of residential facing the highway. You want it back in that's safe, safe for the school buses and safe for the children to play in. You don't want your kids sneaking out of the door and walking out on the highway. And so you're trying to shape that future of what this whole area looks like, and push into that. And so I think through zoning, that's why zoning exists, to protect that value, but also to shape what the public wants to have happen in the area. So if Main Street was all just residential, and you don't want Main Street to have commercial, and you want to put it in a commercial park or
Yeah, I'm just thinking this is a
something like that.
special
And so-
case, but
And it's because we're dealing with pre-existing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand
Yep.
that. Because you look at, which value to you guys the most? If it was SVR, and you could break it up and sell off 2 lots, or is the nightly rental the better
The
plan
nightly
for you?
rental is a better option now. Originally, I mean, we like all the options we can have, obviously. So that's where we were kind of getting into it in the beginning, was what options do we have? But where it's in the commercial zone, they then had said nightly rental is probably the best way to go. And I guess one of my questions is, because he had talked about like you could make it like a resort and not subdivide, or subdivide, and I don't know if
because the resort is allowed in the zone type.
So what it is so
not a resort. I don't remember what he called it. I don't know.
Lodge.
Well, no, it's not anyway. So you can still subdivide it. You can still build 2 houses and sell them as nightly rentals after you do the overnight accommodation.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the ability to build 2 houses and have them in a nightly rental zone, which will bring in another $150,000 to $200,000 on top of what they would have been as just residential homes.
And that's why once we were like,
So-
let's go this route if we can. I mean, either way, it would be a house there. So
It would make the most sense to keep the neighbors happy, to have obviously something that's built like homes in there
Not-
instead of like an RV park
Right,
in there,
exactly.
Which we could have put RV stalls in.
Yes.
we had
Yep.
extra-
It fits
yeah,
with
that
the
was one of
zone.
our first
I-
ideas before we talked to you. That was
Put
put RVs in, and
stalls
then they
and
shut
then
it down.
Eventually developing to a house later. There's several ideas. It just kind of depends. But we'd love to have the option of the residential and the highway and the short
The
term.
nightly
Mhm.
rental.
And that's partly providing the needs of the community too. If not everyone knows there's tons of them out there, what it is, then we can provide both use. That's the community uses. We provide the use for having the options to provide long-term rentals and short-term rentals that will both benefit, tax dollars for the San Juan County and also provide housing.
Well, I just, in the meantime, until they improve that highway for you guys, that access, I would hope you would make sure your guests really know where they're going and show up during the daytime and don't have vacation brain on, because that is a sketchy entrance.
It is. I think Fun Stays is a little bit more sketchy.
Yeah, it
There
is, too.
I
But
started turning over into the business park and letting people know. But we'll, definitely advertise it. That's obviously a big concern, but I think it's still a concern for every resident in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
We have high school kids that drive in. Like, it's it's not going to change the risk. Hopefully these adults, like there's other dangerous roads too, but.
So if you don't mind, I'll make a motion to.
This is a public comment, so you gotta.
Oh yeah, we're still in the public.
You gotta ask if there's any.
Okay.
Comments.
Any other public comment? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to leave the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Now, can I make a motion to?
I didn't get a second.
Second.
Oh, I thought we did get a second.
No. Got a motion and a second to leave the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Now, I would like to make a motion to recommend to the commissioners step 1 of the overnight accommodations overlay, which is the physical location and extent of the proposed overlay zone. So it would be the rezone to an overlay.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second to recommend to the San Juan County Commissioners for a rezone or an overlay on this highway commercial property. Is that kind of where we're at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All we're doing is specifying the location.
On 33 East Merriam Court. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I still think we should have just did a subdivision and did overnight rentals.
Residential.
Yep.
I know. That one's a hard one, and it's not listed in the zoning. There should be something like compatible uses.
We're
things
just
like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
we're just taking more of you guys' time is all we're doing.
Yes, and that's. She's
The-
been hollering. She's like,
Are you serious?
when we didn't have a quorum last meeting, she's like, no. She's like, we are under construction. We need to get this rented. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It's a challenge.
Well, we appreciate your patience with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they signed up for it.
Okay, I'll entertain a
you
motion
guys for
to
coming.
go into public hearing for the Spanish Valley zoning map.
So be it.
Zoning map amendments. And
Okay,
so-
got a motion?
We need a second.
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor of going into a public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Okay, on this one here, we needed to update the map. Very few changes. If you look on here, you can kind of see some of the overlay districts that have been approved. If you look really hard, you look really close at it. I'm like, oh, we got to do better than that. Down here, they titled them existing overnight accommodation. When I read that existing overnight, that applies in. I think of that as they were existing before and non-conforming, and so I didn't like that language on there, and so I figured, well, we need to update the map with the approvals that we've had, making sure that they're consistent, but also that they're recognizable. And that was what we're here looking at today. And so let me stop and get you another map on here so you can kind of see where we're at. Hold on, Commissioner. Let me get you back on here. So the new one that I've put out there and I'm proposing to change to a little bit more detailed. I've taken on here and we've got the cross section instead of existing. It's just going to be an overnight accommodations overlay. So on here, I crossed hatch those overlays that have been approved. You can kind of see they're kind of following a path here in our ordinance. And then also with Balance Rock, that was a rezone, and so I updated the rezone on there. It was also approved for the overnight accommodations overlay, and so you have that on here. One of the things to note that is missing is in this PC process, Sitla came and was approved for their community plan on there, and it doesn't encompass all of Sitla lands. It was just a portion within. So I need to update the map and add that to there, because to me, kind of what I look at, this is truth. And if Walter or Scott or me is no longer here, who has the institutional knowledge that these things have been approved? Well, Sitla is one of them that has been approved in this core to go a different process. And so we need to make sure that that's highlighted. I just received their shape file to put on here. And so we'll need to update this here pretty quick in the future just to add that. And it's not a zone change. It's kind of a overlay district that we place them in. So I'll make room for that on our map and add them. But this today represents everything that's current. No massive changes other than what has already been approved.
I have some changes for you.
Whatever.
Let me see your mouse. So this piece right here.
Yes.
Belongs to David Hawks. This is the auto recycling.
That had an overlay.
No, you're on the wrong side of the road. So this is St. Dane's. This is all existing.
Okay.
So I think you just jumped the highway there. And then everything from right here, all of this is.
It's in an overlay?
It was existing.
Okay, so this was just that has the overlay approval applied to it. So if it's existing,
okay,
that's
so
a
those
different.
are gone. Because if you go back to the old map that was originally done by Mark.
I'm not that fast.
No Mark.
Okay. Let me pull that up real fast. There's a window right here. It's on your screen.
So see how he has things outlined.
Okay.
These
So
are
maybe that's what was intended with existing.
right, and that was all of us that already had overlay combinations, and so now we've kind of got kicked out, so we're all just non-conforming because we don't have the overlay.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know where we need to go with that. Do we go back to all of
Existing,
the
non-conforming, and you're
original existing
mapping
ones?
non-conforming.
Yeah.
Do you know how many changes that is? That's.
Well,
I can look at that.
I'm just curious.
Okay, so what is the recycling?
He's never changed that zoning one bit at all. He didn't want to change. He wanted industrial. That's why his taxes were $20,000. He called me the other day about it. He's like, I can't figure out why, and I'm all, there's no reason you are. I mean, our houses are around $6,000 a year. I'm all, why are you 20s? Oh, I don't know. And I bet it's because you guys have it as a nightly rental. He's paid it 2 years.
I'll
now.
look at that. I appreciate that because when I looked at existing, I'm like, what? I went back through back through all the approvals that have taken place. Like, map these, and make sure that they're on there. But the existing,
right? We all got kicked out.
But remember the kid that showed up from glamping, whatever? That was this property.
Oh, yeah.
The Hawks, right?
That
sorry, what's his name? Dave Hawks.
Is that what we're talking about?
The guy that the Namaste guy.
yeah, but that wasn't an overlay. That was
No, but he
an
had
RV park.
But they were going to the kid.
It was
does
Anderson, Josh Anderson.
Yeah, he came to do the proposal because he was going to buy their land and do this project, this glamping thing, right?
Yes, they came in one time.
But I thought, did y'all not approve? The
It never
overnight?
finalized.
Oh, okay, they never finalized. So
But
that
they
was
did
never...
do.
Okay.
They did do.
That's where that Jeep is on the pole.
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah. They
Right here, Mac.
So let me switch back and see if we've got it on there.
Because this other one started the process and finished it, I believe, the one right across from Old Airport Road. Because they were one of the first ones. Shocker Holdings LLC. Well, I remember that.
So should you have
Good night, you guys.
non-conforming overnight?
See you guys.
I'm gonna have to look at it because existing.
So non-conforming
Alright.
overnight and overlay?
Yes.
Because they have different allowances of zones. Like the existing, they don't have to meet some of the conditions of an overlay
We
zone.
don't because we were already there.
Right.
But
So still need to
If they change their use.
But if we change the use, we lose it. But there's nobody in their right mind that's going to change the use of it.
Right.
Not right now. Not on
No.
those.
Oh, it is. Yep, you do have it marked in right at the end of Old Airport Road. So they did finish. Shocker Holdings there. And then this was the glamping one. They only came in like once. They proposed it to us and then walked away.
Yeah. I wonder what happened.
And then
Is that next to the? What was it right next to Rimrock? Is that, you know
Which
what
one
I'm
are you talking about?
Just south of. That's you. Yeah.
Yep.
and then he joined up.
That was the easement that we did tonight through mine.
Yeah.
That's
That
right.
was the gas
Yep.
line, and you were talking about
Yep.
sharing one.
Yep,
or
that's this
something
one
for a
right
while.
here.
Okay.
Then that kid came in and
Yeah,
was part of
that's
the
all
group
right
that
up in
was
there.
gonna do one at the bottom of Blue Hill.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
One time.
Yeah, but he didn't fall within the. He was outside of the Spanish Valley ordinance.
Yeah.
The map ends.
But I'm just saying, he doesn't follow through.
No. I know who you're talking about. Too.
Okay, I'll talk to our attorneys and see how to do that. So non-conforming in ordinance, you're supposed to work to eliminating the non-conformance.
No, me and Alex went through this a million times
We've had this
because I
discussion.
mean that I was fighting mad when all this happened. He said no, that's a daylight or what do they call it? What were
Sunset?
a sunset ordinance? That is not what non-conforming is. Non-conforming use can be for the next 100 years. As long as you
don't
do
change the
not
use.
change the use.
Yep, absolutely.
And
he
it can
we went
change
over this
hands.
and over
He
this
would,
and over
always
this.
go like,
BFE
well,
is-
non-conforming's not a real.
It just means your zoning has changed and
out from under you.
you don't
Yep.
conform to that zone, but you're
Yep.
grandfathered in
Yep.
with that use. But if you change, you had an accessory building,
Yep.
you've changed that use and it's got to go back
There's
to
some
the zoning.
attorney thing like we can have conforming, but we can't say non-conforming. You know, that's a.
You want some more attorneys to put their heads together?
We don't need any more
For 3
attorneys.
weeks.
For 3 weeks,
It
$500.
went from 1 week to 1
We still
month.
get-
You bring in a fourth one and it all changes. Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
can all those property owners come and apply for overnight accommodations overlay and then become conforming?
Yeah.
Guess if they want.
Yeah,
I mean, but-
essentially, but they're already
Oh,
that.
wait, there's no. Oh no, let me explain
See,
this.
that's not
I
to your
went through
advantage.
this one with Walter and Alex. I said, okay, here's my thing. So I've got all these nightly rentals, okay, and you want me to come in here and do an overlay. So show me in that table where I can go through existing stuff that's already there.
No.
I can't.
There's not. It's
There's
not in
not
there.
there's not a table or a way in the overnight overlay for me to come in with an old house and say, hey, this is my nightly rental. No, because you have to go page by page through this.
Through the process.
Through the process, you have to have your landscaping, blah blah blah, everything
Yes.
designed. Well, I'm already done.
Your windows,
All
your
my stuff's done.
balconies, and all. Yeah.
Well, so it sounds like you pointed out.
The process of this overlay's just got to get out and done. we allow it in commercial zone. Done. It's done. You've just taken all the argument away.
So has that been fixed in the LEDMO?
It absolutely has been fixed in our new ordinance.
Okay.
It is a
All right.
it is a conditional use
These
in the
new-
commercial zone. That means that it's a use by right with conditions. They cannot deny it. They can just make reasonable conditions in the commercial zone only, not in your SVR, not in your business flex, not in your highway flex, not as it was determined by Alex and Kendall in the beginning.
Yeah.
And now we flip flop. So
You throw a fourth attorney in that mix, extra $500 an hour,
For a
and
month.
it's gonna come out different. I don't.
For 6 months.
It's just for 6 months. Yeah, it
Well,
is.
let's hear what you had to say.
It's hard.
Hey, thanks, guys. So zoning. So I'm a resident in his neighborhood, and so I was gonna leave after my
Yeah,
and all
yep.
that
Yeah,
stuff,
go ahead,
but
stick
I wanted to
around.
stick around and just provide a little bit of feedback as a resident, what I'm going through personally. 5 kids, trying to do development there, trying to boost the economy, and I think right off the bat with Landmark, the zoning, and well, first and foremost, overlays are a second thought, right?
They're stupid.
Always a second thought.
Yeah.
So that means that your zoning plan and master plan was never in sync with your community management plan.
Yep.
That's all that means, right? It's a band-aid. So, and that's what you guys are going through right now. Now you have non-conforming, you have conforming, and then now you got to go through all of these legal languages to navigate, right? Because at the end of the day, planning and zoning is upholding, right, the ordinances that you guys sign as law.
No.
Or no, or commissioner, right?
Yeah.
And state, right? But what you guys are basically saying,
No.
hey, do you as a property owner
Yeah.
conform within these rules and guidelines, right? Within that zone. So as a resident there, and thank you, Mac, for putting this map together, because again, I was gonna leave, but now it really highlights for me my entire neighborhood. And the green agriculture towards Ranch Trail and Ranch Road, you have essentially a quarry.
They're gravel pits.
It's
Yeah,
a gravel pit.
and they're
This
protected.
is not agriculture.
Yeah, they're protected by law.
But that's where.
So that's where they were
have to
zoned.
be.
I
Yeah.
get that, but I think it's really just incorrect, right? I mean, there's
Yeah.
a weirdness to it, right? And then
It
now you
is.
have business flex. Now you have highway commercial, and then we have this little pocket of 8 lots.
Mm,
That's SVR. That's surrounded by PC. That's surrounded by quarry. That's surrounded by nightly rental. That's surrounded by an outdoor guiding company, and we're this little island of SVR that makes
Right here.
No,
sense.
he's
Here.
talking about
Here,
done.
let me show you
Yeah.
real quick.
Right here.
Right,
Is this where you're looking at?
Well, that's
Sheet?
another one, and I'll get to
Yeah,
that
right
one. but
down
if you
there.
Oh, right
down,
here.
Yep.
It's literally sandwiched between so many. It's like having multiple personalities in that neighborhood. Okay?
And I,
Like you have nightly rentals, you have overnight rentals, you have a outdoor school and guiding business, you have a construction company, you have
Man, he's
quarry.
pinpointing this now.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, right? But I think from a planning and zoning standpoint, what you guys are kind of adds the body to ensure consistency, conformity, thinking about the future. I think our little neighborhood was completely left off, especially with the Landmark redoing all of the zoning back in 2019.
historically, it was included. The plans
Historically,
were to
highway commercial.
change all of this into that SVR, and that's when they come out and say, "Hey, you can't touch gravel
I
pits.
actually
They
told
have
the
to
Grant, have
remain
them
that
come."
same zone," and that's why you have this island piece there. Is it was literally all going to change to SVR along there.
So,
And so
and I guess this is from a future standpoint. I would urge you guys to, if you guys are rezoning and looking at doing maps,
new maps and yep.
that piece really becoming residential flex. I think that's a really a halfway meeting point. Right?
Yeah.
Right now,
like this one.
the devaluation that's going to happen at just me personally as a property owner, when PC, the SITLA PC zone goes in, they're going to do what's always what SITLA does, highest and best use.
Yep.
Right? Under their charter, right? And they have to as SITLA. And so there's no guarantee that I am going to be surrounded by a bunch of houses. There's no guarantee of that, right? And so right now, that all of those 9 lots over there, or 9 property owners, are handcuffed to SVR and being surrounded by potentially other commercial, potentially other zoning, right?
Mhm.
And so if you guys are looking at maps, I would highly encourage you guys to take a look at that one. Now, sorry, I'm taking more than 2 minutes. I apologize.
We're not
Can I
running
have
the
your
clock
2 minutes?
now.
Can I have your 2
So
minutes?
let me add to that real quick, Mac. So if
Are
you go,
taking his 2 minutes?
yeah, I'll take Shake's 2 minutes. Okay, so if you go from this point right here, and you go all the way up the end here, all the way out, this is all nightly rental. Then you take this is outward bound.
Yes. The
They
commercial
are-
uses.
Yep. This one lot right here, I have no idea how it became commercial, but that's Gwen and Mike Harper's. All this green right here is LeGrand, so this should all fall within their industrial.
Yep.
This piece right here, it's 41 acres, okay? This belongs to Grand County. How did it end up in the planned community?
It's not a gravel pit, right?
No.
No, it's the dirt track.
It does not belong to Sitla. It belongs to Grand County.
Grand County.
That should have been in the SVR.
Aren't they giving that to the hospital?
No,
No,
no, they
uh-uh.
actually gave this piece right here, to the hospital.
Okay.
So I know where he's going with this, because even all this green right here, gravel pit.
Yep.
Here.
Yep.
And then you've got this little piece right here that might be some residents, but you're going to drive through to the gravel pit.
Mm-hmm.
So when you create this map, you keep your commercial and box this out commercial, and then keep this industrial, and then let's start with their, because originally that 1,000-foot came right through here. It took all of that lot and half of that one, and went just like this. So everything Chic had before was in the commercial.
Yes.
Because you were in that 1,000-foot commercial at the time.
1,000 foot, and I don't mind being in residential, right? Because I was that former chair of the housing task force as well in the valley, and so housing means a lot. I'm raising 5 kids. I'm rooted here. I've been here 15 years, right? And so housing means everything. But you're in a tough position, right? Because you're cleaning up.
Landmark.
Or trying to muddle through a draft.
I mean,
Yeah.
the other development on Marion Court is a great example. You have a highway commercial that at some point you let residential happen right off the highway, right? And you can't tell a property owner, no, you can't. Like, we've already let you do that, so we can't retract that, right? But what you can do is stabilize the zoning and continue to keep value for the property owner intact for the next 10 years or 20 years or whatever your master plan is directed for, right? And so this is the other property that I was looking at the easement on earlier. Now we're sandwiched between the Valley Estates property. Now we're sandwiched between a overlay, a different zone, and then now sandwiched with a PC zone. So it starts creating again a very multiple personalities.
Incompatible. Yeah.
And I'd love for you guys to at least consider looking at zoning changes, or at least providing the baseline residential flex for those 2 areas as just a whole. It just makes sense. It conforms.
And I think that's what the purpose for the flex zone is supposed to be, is you've got hardline commercial here, and then you have this commercial flex that flexes into residential, so that there's not this wall transition, that it kind of progressively changes as you go along. But
You have your buffers. You have your buffer set from almost towards 70 acres down, or where's that red? What is that part right there? With the business part. You
That
have
dark
your buffer
controlled
there,
district.
and then you have your ag, and I think that probably needs to be addressed at some point, right? But I think, well, that's the I think that probably needs to be addressed at some point. But then you started creating buffers within the highway commercial and then to the residential.
yeah.
Right.
We don't even have a controlled district in our ordinance.
Control district highway.
Yeah.
It's in the county subdivision.
Yeah, but
now it says,
but
Let me show you where.
this is our Spanish Valley ordinance.
Hold on.
Well, and so when our Spanish Valley one doesn't cover it, MAC looks to the greater subdivision.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. Why did we create
Right here.
ordinance?
That one right there.
Uh-huh.
So Residential flex would be my pitch, or control district. 'Cause
Okay.
You need to Beaver Creek, that buffer. It's too close to the highway. There's too much stuff, like different uses going on in that neighborhood.
I think if you look at the ownership of that, I wonder if that's part of the gravel pits where you couldn't change the zone.
Well, no, because they were in the 1,000-foot commercial. That's
But that was
that's
that
what
would have
that
been
line is
that
the
would have been
1,000-foot commercial.
existing zone.
Yep.
And through the rezone for this, we couldn't change those zones.
So how did it get changed to control district? Because it was.
But it had
1,000-foot
always been
commercial.
there. I'll check it and see.
Yeah, it was always 1,000-foot highway commercial.
For highway commercial.
And now we've changed it to highway control district.
I'll look at it. I'll look at the previous maps if I can find them. Because that was my understanding is we had to keep that in place. We couldn't rezone them to a different zone.
Correct, and that's why you kept the other ones green, is because they were
Correct.
A1
A1s,
before,
yep.
and the others.
Yeah.
Because all we had highway commercial and agricultural. That's all we had
In here.
in Spanish Valley. It was
Okay.
1,000-foot on either side of the highway.
Okay.
Commercial, and then everything else was A1.
Interesting.
Simpler times.
Yeah. Yep. And that was
So crazy.
That was established in like 77, 78, and then changed in 2019.
Well, that's because Sitla showed up.
No, that's when the landmark showed up. Oh, that's right. Sitla brought them.
So why is it ag? Why does LeGrand get to be ag?
They don't get to be ag. We just cannot legally change
There's
what they
only-
were.
Is it the lease agreement with Sitla?
No, this is
They're
state
protected by the
code.
state, yeah.
It's a state code thing. You probably had a
It
state
was-
legislator that had a gravel pit. It's like
So
untouchable.
what
I don't know.
happened? Well,
Point of the
I'm
mountain.
the one that went and got Ryan and told
Point
him
of the
he couldn't
mountain
do it.
at Draper. I don't know.
So no, it was around past Salt Lake.
Oh, really?
That big hillside.
Okay.
So all those residents moved in on the northern end of it. Well, they start complaining.
So
Well, then they
northern-
I mean, that's been there forever. They've been blasting
Where are you
that
gonna
rock
get
and
your
knocking
gravel
yeah.
from?
And so they all start complaining. Well, they hire up a bunch of attorneys, a bunch of rich people, hire up a bunch of attorneys, take them to court. And that judge told him, not only no, but I want to set precedents right here. If it is a precious material that helped make your house,
Yeah.
and it's been established, it will never change. And so they went ahead, and that judge went ahead and pushed up legislation to get it passed as a law.
Yes.
So-
it is a law that
Yeah,
you
it's
keep them
state
under the same
statute.
zone.
Well, what's the difference in the taxing rate for ag versus CDH? You know, I mean, there's got to be an
No,
advantage.
it's just a use. So
Well,
so
then our
whatever-
definition of ag needs to include and LeGrand Johnson.
Well,
You
no,
know?
Well, yeah.
So LeGrand gets charged for the use of their land, whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? So if they've got
How much quantity
their
they take
office-
out of.
Well, and that's different. That goes to Sitla. They get royalties.
You're
for
like
that.
a
So with the
grandfathered
county,
non-conforming.
They get charged for their buildings. They're getting as appraised. You know what I mean? So the land is going to be a vacant land.
Yeah.
Which I mean, in a lot of big
that it's
Greenbelt.
Centrally assessed. Yeah.
To help push people
Well,
into
I don't want to
building
get too
housing,
much in
so-
the weeds, but
Yeah.
I mean, I like.
Is this an action item? I see that it is.
This
but-
is, and if there's changes, you can approve it with changes. Do you want? I think I was just thinking through on that on the existing
Yeah. Can
portion.
we get
If
clarification on
well, and I don't know if I want to call them existing or because existing applies that they're okay.
right, and they need to
And
be
so-
because we do not have a way for us to do an overlay because we're existing.
Correct. And so should it be entitled instead of existing non-conforming?
I would if you call them non-conforming, we can't change them.
I don't see the problem why we can't say they're existing non-conforming.
Just keep them existing. So I'll put those back on.
Right?
But we can't do if we want to add on to these, we can't do the overlay.
They lose
So we lose our
the non-conforming. They've got to
There
got to
is
comply.
not a way in Chapter 10 that existing, non-conforming can do the overlay because there's not a process for it. So that means that we stay non-conforming. If we change the footprint of that house or do an add-on or a remodel, we lose our change of use.
But
So
this,
depending where you are, though, that's the intent, is it not?
No, we're in commercial.
Well, but I'm saying depending. I mean, like.
We don't want to lose our non-conforming.
Right,
Yeah.
but I'm saying like you're in commercial, but somebody that's in, the SVR that's non-conforming. I mean, that's kind of the intent is if you change it, we'd like you to lose it.
Right,
I mean,
but for me, I would like to do the overlay because I legally can, but I can't because there's not a process.
That ordinance needs to be changed, right? Not, I mean, that doesn't.
We
affect
just need to get our other ordinance in place
Approved.
because
Then you're conforming.
then it's conforming use because then it's not even a conditional use because it's already existing.
and
So
that's,
everything that's in place is a conforming use. Everything from that point on becomes a conditional use. And get rid of this non-conforming because it takes away from people. It really does.
well, this map should reflect the LUDMA, right?
The LUDMA?
Or Mo.
What is it?
Are you coming up with new
there's
words tonight
the two.
too?
There's
Ludma.
LUDMA. Okay. Because there's an LUDMA, right? The act, and then there's the ordinance. But so this map should reflect what's in the new ordinance, right? So if
Yeah,
existing non-conforming is not part of that language, we should use whatever language is in the LUD.
in the new
Ma.
ordinance.
In the
Say
what?
that 3 times.
Say, what was it?
So late.
Do we have to approve this tonight, or can we just
You
postpone
can
until it's
table it
either
or-
cleared up?
I
So
make
you
a
can
motion
either
to table it.
or
Make
Because
a
I would-
motion to adjourn.
And I would like to see it with the
Leaving.
SITLA community structure.
okay. Yeah, we can do that. So you can
Identified,
table it
yeah.
Yeah.
and then bring it back next commission meeting.
Which is in 2 weeks.
We would have to have a public hearing for it, so which is fine.
Yeah, because it
No, really.
doesn't.
You made a
We're
motion.
arguing
Yeah.
about it.
I got-
Second motion to table.
Yeah.
Motion and a second to table the map.
Can I'll work with them on the existing so that it's clear because to me if it's existing it's that it is that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So
Any opposed?
We'll work on C.
I heard a motion to adjourn. I'll second that.
Can we put the map on the front of the
On
agenda?
the front.
Motion
Yeah.
and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
To me, I wiggled it on to this commission meeting. I'm like, this one will be a short one.
This one will be a short one.